I think we're live. I'm not 100% sure. Let's have a look. I'm trying to see if I'm live or not because I'm not 100% sure. Where's my... Hang on a second. YouTube live control panel. I think we're live. I'm not 100% sure. Yep, we're live. Okay, hello everybody. I am back for once again for testing. It is 7 o'clock in the morning here in the UK, and I've been up for about an hour. Really, it's just been half an hour. I have had a shower. I have not even finished my breakfast yet, so I'm going to be eating on stream, which is not the best, but there you go. I'm just going to quickly go and promote the stream. So, I think I have got it. There we go. Right, I think that's it. For some reason, the live chat isn't working on my computer, which is not great. So what I'm gonna have to do is open another window and watch the stream on that. That's weird, it's not working on this really either. Okay, there we go, finally got it working. So yes, we are back. As you guys can see, I've got the live timing to the right of me. It's starting in a couple of minutes. Expect not really that much to begin with. It's just gonna be a sort of a slow burner, I suppose. I am gonna try and be live for every single minute of this, which includes me eating breakfast on stream because I'm bad, okay? I'm bad. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad. My girlfriend got me. Do you see this? Hi Scarlett, yes, hello. Hello Gaffer. Hello boss. Boss man. So currently Betty Glover, Ruth Buscombe, Julian Palmer and Bernie Collins are on my screen and they're just talking. Raya Hirakawa's in the background talking to a couple people. It was so weird seeing Audi. It took me a while to get used to that, you know? I just realised I'm logged in on the TRR account, and that's how I'm seeing the live chat. There we go, it should be better now. So testing should be starting in about a minute or two. And finally we'll be able to get going. I'm going to be very slowly eating my breakfast. I know I'm weird. I don't have this with milk. I don't have this with milk. I know I'm weird. Like, I don't have this with milk. I'm strange. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange. Okay, there we go. I got the chat up now. When you're strange. When you're strange. Alright, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Finally. Everyone's back, baby. Woo! Woohoo! Yeah. Ocon. Green flag is waving, folks. We are go. Thunderbirds are go. That card does sound quite nice. Lando doing practice start. Oh, for goodness sake, trophies on comms. Here we are. The timings are up. And we are, as I said, go. Charles Leclerc's not on track, so is Alex Albon. I think that was Alex Albon. Leclerc's going into turn 4. 5, 6. And then 7. I hate that stupid thing. Now into 8. And then 9 and 10. Is he going to lock the brakes into 10? Let's see. Nope, he's made it through 10, alright. So apparently Leclerc's set at 138.3. And I'm going to need to pause that for a solid minute. Because the timing's ahead. of where I am. Now they're mentioning how long it took for Norris's practice start to take. Right, so it's 55. See, I'm trying to get the timing lined up right. Is that right? Okay, I'm about 15 seconds ahead on that one. So I gotta wait until my stream goes to 29. And by the way, it's a legal stream. Sometimes I do have to resort to dodgy streams. I'll admit that. I'll happily admit that. But there we go. I think I've got it lined up. Yep. There's Le Petit Prost. There's Isaac Hajar. OMG, Scarlet was here. Yes! Scarlet was here. Should spray that on the wall. Scarlet was here. Crofty, what are you even chatting about? Crofty is going, oh, if we have a good race in Australia, we'll forget about the issues that we've had. No, we won't. All I'm gonna say is one race does not prove that regulations have worked. Liam's ASMR. Oh God. I think I'm gonna stop eating for now. Then. Okay, so Crofty's chatting a load of nonsense because do you guys remember the last race of the first regulation change? The first race of the regulation change in 2022? It was great. And then by the end of it, we were sick and bored of it. Like, it was terrible. The regulations were absolutely atrocious by the end. You can't really judge until the end. Right, so Hajar's on lap right now. I'm going to go and fill this up. I really need to get a bigger glass of water, so I might go to the kitchen and get one because I love this mug. Maybe I'll put some Pepsi in this mug and then I'll have a glass of water. Hang on, I'll be back in a sec. Right, I think I'm... Let's see. Yep, all good. Scarlet is back. Yes, she's back. I need to fill up my water. Hang on, guys. Honestly, guys, you do not want to see what my desk looks like. It is a mess right now. Honestly. There we go. Right, so here is Fernando Alonso, who, if he was an ABBA song, he would be Fernando. I know it's 7 o'clock in the morning and I'm pouring Pepsi, but honestly, I need some get up and go juice this morning. It's going to be a long ass day and it's going to be a long ass week. I am committed to this though. I am committed to this and I want to just watch it just because it piques my interest. Last year, I watched it. I was able to watch it because I was getting up. Where are you going, Liam? No, don't leave us! Oh, don't leave me now. Remember the flowers I sent. That's a Pink Floyd reference. Most people will not get that reference. If you have listened to The Wall by Pink Floyd several times, you might get that reference. I am a die-hard Pink Floyd fan, guys, okay? They're my second favorite band after these guys. After these guys, my future husband, George Harrison. Wait, what did I miss? Basically, Scarlett, was basically going, oh, where are you going, Liam? And I was like, oh, babe, don't leave me now, which is a Pink Floyd reference. And I was like, they're my second favorite band and the Beatles are first. Yes, the Beatles are first. I love the Beatles. And then this is my favorite show. My girlfriend got me this for, you missed Liam not ordering me food. Scarlett, how am I meant to order you food when you're in New Zealand? I'm very much questioning that right now. And also, are you expecting me to know where you live? Are you accusing me? Are you accusing me of being, how can I put it? A stalker or something, right? Are you? I want to know. Are you accusing me of that? Oh my god, I really need that Pepsi, man. I need get up and go juice, honestly. And I just realised my camera's gone all awry. Uber Eats, yes, Uber. Get me an Uber Eats gift card. I'm already broke enough as it is, guys. Like, I'm broke. I'm, like, really broke, okay? Like, I'm living on student loans right now. So, miss me with that. Miss me with that. Norris is currently top of the times, although it probably doesn't really mean much right now, because they are in the 37s. The quicker times have been in the 33s and 34s, so I don't know if we're going to see any quick times today or not. Oh, big lockup. Big lockup for Arvid Lindblad. Arvid! 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 If you don't buy starving people food, at least buy bookmarks. I don't read books, so that's the main problem with that. I read articles, but I don't really read books. Books are not necessarily my thing. I prefer actually reading them on archive. Like there's a Pink Floyd book, called Comfortably Numb. Yes, Scarlett. Arvid! Yeah, by the TRR bookmarks. See, I would if I read books. If I read books, I would. Arvid! That's an inside joke. It's an inside joke. Norris, Leclerc, Antonelli, Ocon, Lindblad, and then Hadjar. Lindblad had a massive lockup, though. That's gonna definitely damage the tires. So, not ideal for Arvid. See, I'm getting used to the fact that Isak's in the Red Bull now. And Arvid is in the Racing Bulls. Gotta get Aaron in here. Arvid is mentioned. Anytime I say Arvid Lindblad, I'm just gonna go, Arvid! His ancestry is so cool. What is he, like, Swedish, Indian, and English? That's, like, so cool. So random. There he is. There's Checo, Sergio Perez. He is just vibing and chilling. Been chilling. How does it look at the moment? Actually, it doesn't look that bad. Hang on. There we go. That's better. Right. Yeah, I am not going to show you guys my desk because it is absolutely, like, in a mess right now. So far, 6 drivers have set times, but Albon, Gasly, and Alonso have been out on track. So the only drivers who haven't been out on track and set a time are Hulkenberg, Albon, Alonso, Gasly, and Perez, I think. See, I'm not 100% sure who's doing the morning session. What I know is that Norris and Antonelli are near identical in lap time at the moment. And then it's Leclerc, Ocon, Lindblad, and Hadjar. I don't believe that nonsense about... Show us the desk. Right, you're getting 5 seconds. You're getting 5 seconds. Done. That's it. You're not getting any more. I've showed you my desk for 5 seconds. I'm not showing you any more. So there. Right, Gasly's on a lap currently. How old is he's 30 this month, isn't he, Gasly? Is that right? I'm pretty sure Pierre Gasly's 30 years old this month. He's old. Unk. He's more than an unk. He's I'm pretty sure he's 30 this month, is he? Has he already turned 30? Or am I tripping? Oh yeah, he turned 30 2 weeks ago. That is mental. I remember when he was debuting in F1. Oh gosh. Whoa. That's Gasly's time getting delayed. He was all over the curb. How come you can buy yourself food but not me? OMG, that's not that bad. I buy myself food because it is an essential part of life. That is why. You buy food, you buy clothing, you buy drink, aka water, or Pepsi. There we go. So Gasly's actually setting a slightly quick time. A 1:36.4. You'll see it on your screen in a second. See, for some reason, right, it hasn't come up yet, despite the fact that... Right, this is weird. The timing is a bit weird. So that's probably closer to what is in sync. Because the problem is, right, the timing is weird because it says something on the bottom. It says, like, at the bottom how long's left of the session, but it doesn't sync up with what actually is happening. So, for example, I had it near identical. Scarlett is going now. It's so sad. Yeah. Bye, Scarlett. I'm guessing you're going to bed because it's New Zealand. Oh, Gasly had a tiny lock up there. He managed to save it though, and like Arvid, 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 Arvid. Arvid is the new kid on the block. I'm going down to South Park, gonna have myself a time. Friendly faces everywhere, humble folks without temptation. Going down to South Park, gonna leave my woes behind. Ample parking day or night, people spouting county neighbor. Going up to South Park, gonna see if I can some wide. Okay, good, the inflation's dropped a bit here. That's good news. Maybe the economy is actually getting fixed, Labour. Labour are actually doing something useful for once. In case you didn't know already, I am quite a political person. As some people will tell you, if they know me very well, I do love a private story rant about politics because honestly, sometimes you just need a cleanse, you know? And then sometimes you just need to completely just stay away from the news because it's so depressing. But the thing is when you're a journalism student, you get told read the news, read newspapers, you know? And so you have to try and have a balance of the two, and it's rather frustrating. But I'm very much enjoying my journalism degree so far. It's so much fun, honestly. Like I've learned so much during it. Um, and I've had some great lecturers. Like one of my lecturers used to work for the Labour Party, um, as a spin doctor, so he knows all about politics and things like that. But believe it or not, he's my law lecturer, my media law lecturer. Okay, I gotta go to work now. Have fun watching it at home without us. Yes, I will. Enjoy work where you're actually making actual money. Dang, honestly. Honestly, I'm the only one who doesn't have a job. I'm the only one. Right. So those are the times so far. Wait. Signs is that's so confusing to me. So Perez is the only one not to have gone out on track. There's Leclerc back out on track now for Ferrari. It's going to be a rather interesting year for them because it's a very, very... If Ferrari don't have a good season this year, you could honestly see Leclerc leaving. That is how things are going with him at the Scuderia. Right, I think I'm going to crop this a bit because where I am right now is good. So I'm going to crop the right hand side a bit. Let's see. See, this is going to be fun to have a look at. Right, so 200 is a bit too much. 150, there we go, that's good. That is good. See the way that looks right now, that is like really clean. So there we go. See, the thing is right, I've been trying to figure out what the best stream setup is for me because I'm not sure if it should be, you know, the live timing on the right, or if I should have live timing on the left. I've not been sure about that. I've not been sure if I should add graphics or not. I think for testing, we're just gonna keep it like this, keep it simple, and then when it gets to the actual, I think after the first race, after Australia, we'll have the standings and everything. Obviously, we'll have the starting grid. I think I'm going to be streaming for Australia, but I'm not sure. Actually, no, I probably won't be. And the reason why is because I'm probably going to be home because it's my brother's birthday on the 6th of March and my grandfather's birthday on the 6th of March. So that's why I probably won't be streaming Australia. However, I might stream on the... during the week, doing like a debrief of it, if that makes sense, and giving my thoughts on the actual weekend. I want to try and upload more this year, when it comes to YouTube, but I can't guarantee anything because I'm so inconsistent. I've got my degree going on, and I've also got a social life as well, you know. So yeah, it can be quite difficult because you're trying to balance a lot of different things. Plus, I'm trying to get access to a broadcast room in my uni, but it's not. I need like a specific card for it. So anytime I go there, I'm gonna have to ask somebody, "Oh, can I get in?" And they'll be like, "Oh, that's a bit. What are you going in there for?" You know. So, because that room has got a much better camera than this. Oh, Leclerc's gone very wide there. Leclerc's gone very wide, but he's still going. But the thing is what I like about testing is you can just chat about things, you know? You're not going to miss much, because usually there's not more than 4 or 5 cars on track at once, but, you know, you can talk about what's happening in your own life, or, you know, or what's happening on the track, you know, there's a lot of things you can talk about, and you can also get into history discussions. As somebody who's watched tests in the last few years, sometimes they just chat about the most randomest of things, and I love that, you know? It's like during the 24-hour Le Mans when there's a caution, and they're not doing driver interviews, or talking about the incident. They'll do filler stuff. They'll talk about, you know, they'll tell you a bit about history, or they'll talk about just random stuff to do, you know, random stories about drivers, or random stories that they've had when they've worked at Le Mans, things like that, you know. So my random story to do with testing would be that last year, I would be getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning twice a week, on a Wednesday, and Was it a Tuesday I was in? It was either, I think it was I was in on a Tuesday and a Wednesday. So I was getting up early in the morning, and F1 testing would be on when I was on the bus on my way to Glenrothes, because I went to college in Fife. I went to Fife College in Glenrothes for a year doing media and communications. And I got an A in that because I got an A in my graded unit. And that graded unit video you can actually see on my YouTube channel because it was on Jim Clark. Big lock up there for Gasly. Not great. So that's Gasly and Arvid that have had lockups at turn 1 that have been big. I think they're the main two. Leclerc had a bit of a lockup at turn 4, but apart from that, he's been okay. No, Charlotte's gone. This is so sad. Yeah, honestly, it's gonna be ups and downs. This is what's gonna happen throughout the day, though. I mean, honestly, like, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna try and do, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and get a Bahrain track map, and then I can put that on screen. Or alternatively, I've got an idea. I don't know if it'll let me do this or not, but hopefully they will let me show the driver tracker, because I want to. I just want, like, I want to see what it's like. By the way, I don't know if hello, I'm complaining here. Yes, Scarlett, I can see you complaining. Don't worry. See, I'm trying to, like, add more quality to the stream, so it's a bit more interesting for people that are watching either right now or in rewind. Does it let me use the driver tracker? It doesn't. Okay, so I'm not going to be using the driver tracker then. So I suppose we'll just stick with what we've got right now. So yeah, it's finally, the sun's slowly beginning to rise here in Edinburgh. It's 7:30. See, the thing is, right, I wouldn't mind this being a radio thing. But Ruth Buscombe is currently talking about the Cadillac. Norris is finally going quick on a set of mediums, and we might finally get a slightly quicker time than what Gasly has done. A reminder that last week the 34s were, the early 34s or late 33s were sort of the boundary of where the teams were going to go. Of course, they're going to be going quicker than that when it comes to Bahrain in a few weeks' time. I think it's a few weeks' time, or is it a month away? I'll have to have a check of that. Good thing is I've got a window open on my computer, so I can just quickly check. Yeah, so actually, no, we're 2 months away from Bahrain almost. So the season starts in Australia, and then they go to China and Japan. See, the thing is, right, I like that. See, the thing is, the calendar makes a bit more sense now. My only problem is Miami and Canada are after Saudi Arabia, or between Saudi Arabia and Monaco. Now, I know that they wouldn't really host Canada in the winter time, because one of the last times that they did that was in I think that they haven't done it much since the late 70s. I'll go and have a look and see. October, September, because they used to hold it at the end of September, but then they realized it was getting colder, and so they started hosting it in the summer. But there was one year in 1978 they hosted it in October, and as a result, it was really cold, and I think Alan Jones or somebody like that argued that they basically rigged the race for Villeneuve because it was Andretti. Yeah. Andretti basically said that it had been rigged for Gilles Villeneuve, who was a home hero. And Villeneuve ended up winning the race. He ended up winning the Grand Prix in Montreal, and that's still hosting the track today. Norris is set at 34.6, and that is a lot more like the sort of times we're expecting to see this test sort of weekend, this week, I should say. Because they're not going to be going really, really quick. So, yeah. So basically, if you're wondering what my opinion on the calendar is I think that the calendar should start in Oceania and end in South America and have a slow crossover. But the main problem with that is obviously Canada can sometimes be quite cold during November and October time. But basically my thinking is you get rid of some of the Middle Eastern tracks because I just don't think they're very good. Qatar is a special one there. I think that should be gone. You bring back one or two European races. I would bring back the Hockenheim Ring because the Hockenheim Ring's a great track, and also we need a German track on the calendar, in my opinion. It's unfortunate that Germany is like really dying when it comes to Formula One in terms of drivers and in terms of tracks. The good thing is we have a German team. We have Audi on the grid, and this is the first time we've had a German team on the grid since ATS, I'm pretty sure, which is quite cool, and I really like that. Because, I mean, let's be honest, Mercedes is more British than German, unfortunately. I don't know if you'd really include Mercedes as German. It's difficult because, like, Audi's based in 3 different places. They're based in Bicester. I've actually stayed there before, a lovely place. In Bavaria, and in Hinwil, in Zurich. Because, how about adding a New Zealand track so Oceania gets more... See, the thing is, I would be down for that as well. Like New Zealand, I think there should be a rule where the nations of every Formula One champion should have a track on the grid. If they should go out their way to make that happen. And that includes team championships. So, I'll go and find an example of that for you guys. So, for example, you would have, let me just find this. So, yeah, here we go. So, driver nationality. So, here we go. Canada, yep, that's on the grid. South Africa and New Zealand are not, although there's been rumours about Kyalami. Spain, yep, that's on the grid. America, I would argue it's too much, but other people wouldn't. Italy, yep. Netherlands, up until this year, yep. France, no. Austria, yes. Australia, yes. Finland, no. Argentina, no. Brazil, yes. Germany, no. And Britain, yes. So I would argue, make it hard considering. Yeah, but the thing is there was a time where, nearly all of those countries would have a Formula One track on the grid. Only New Zealand, South Africa, and Finland didn't. There was a brief time period where they were all on the grid. I think maybe in 1985 there might have been all of them, apart from maybe Kyalami. Like, it is possible. It is 100% possible to have all of those countries on the Formula One calendar. Argentina, maybe not either in the mid-80s. But there was a year, 1985... definitely had Britain, Germany, Australia. I'm pretty sure 85 had Australia, or is it 86? Maybe it was 86 actually. But basically, my point is I think that there should be, in terms of drivers' champions, especially, at least one Grand Prix. And I don't think there should be more than I don't think there should be more than 2 Grand Prix from one country. Unless there's an emergency, like in COVID, for example, where they had 3 Italian races. They had Mugello, Imola, and they had Monza. That is just my opinion, though. I totally get if other people had other opinions. And then when it comes to constructors, if you look at the constructors, Van Wall are British, Cooper are British, Ferrari are Italian, Brabham. See, Brabham is a weird one because you could argue it's Australian, but also British as well. Because it was Australian guys that founded it, Ron Tornak and Jack Brabham, but they were based in Britain. Matra's French, so that's not happening at the moment. And then the rest of them are all English, apart from Benetton, who are Italian, Renault, who are French, Red Bull, who are Austrian, and that's it. And Mercedes, who are German. That's it is possible, to have all of them. The only problem is yes, Scrappy yes want to give New Zealand a race. See, the problem with that is there isn't this is the problem with New Zealand and Finland, and that is there isn't a track. There isn't a track that they can use. Because the thing is South Africa have Kyalami, and then Argentina have a couple different circuits. You've got the Oscar Juan Galvez circuit, I'll see if I can find it. Um, yeah, you've got the Autodromo de Buenos Aires Oscar Iwan Galvez, which is where Formula One hosted their Grand Prix. Or alternatively, you could have Rio Hondo, although Rio Hondo's fallen apart a little bit at the moment. Um, so there's a few different options for that, and then New Zealand. I don't think there's very many, is there? I mean, you've got I think it's what is it, Circuit Dennyholm? Is that what they call it these days? No, what's it called? Oh, Circuit Chris Eamon. I remember now. Manfield, Chris Eamon Circuit. That's like the main New Zealand circuit, isn't it? So it's difficult because you haven't got very many options for that. Oh, bring back Adelaide. I don't know. I don't think they should. I think that one Australian race is fine. I just don't. I don't think it fit current F1. But this is just me thinking. Okay, what would actually work? So yeah, I'd love to see New Zealand on the calendar at one point, and I've always wanted a New Zealand Grand Prix, to be fair, because New Zealand does have like a really, big part in Formula One history. Like, I mean, without New Zealand, McLaren wouldn't exist because Bruce McLaren was from New Zealand. Chris Amon, the greatest driver to never win a Formula One Grand Prix, he would be on it. He's from New Zealand. Denny Holm, the 1967 Formula One champion, nicknamed the Wolf. He would be the Bear. Sorry, he would be there. So there's a lot of history in F1 from New Zealand, and I think that it does deserve a place. But France, France, I would argue, has an even bigger place in there. By the way, Antonelli's currently top. See, this is what we're just having discussions that I'm just mentioning, what's happening in the test. This is Arvid, and I'm pretty sure he's had another lockup at turn 1, and I know it's a different one because he's on the medium tires now, not the hards. Is it a lockup, or is it just him going really slow? It's just him going a bit slower. That's fair. That's going to happen in testing. But, yeah, I just think there should be a Grand Prix for, all the world champions. Especially Germany. I mean, come on, Germany has won, let's have a look, 9 constructors' titles as a team. They have won 14 as an engine manufacturer, 15 as an engine manufacturer, I should say, because they won 1 with BMW and 14 with Mercedes, and that's more than any other country, by the way, apart from Britain. I think it might even be more than Britain, actually. I'm pretty sure it is, actually. And in terms of driver nationality, the only country that's got more titles than them is Britain, and Britain's had a heck of a lot more drivers. In fact, what's so impressive is if you actually look at the average titles per country, Argentina has the best, and then it's Germany, France, and the Netherlands. Britain aren't on there for best average because Britain have had 11 world champions with 21 titles. And the thing is, right, I'm going to be honest, on this, right, I don't believe Scottish people are British, okay? I don't believe that. So if you take away Jim Clark and Jackie Stewart, right, and by the way, this is a common consensus now in Scotland that Scotland are not part of the UK. Obviously, we are politically, but we are not culturally and socially. So Jim Clark and Graham Hill, if you take away those 4 titles that those two had, you've got 17 titles from 10 different drivers. And sorry, not Graham Hill, Jackie Stewart, not Graham Hill. Jackie Stewart and Jim Clark. So you take away 5 championships, I should say. You've got 16 championships from 10 drivers. That's not that impressive. Considering Britain have had more Formula 1 drivers than anybody else. That's not that impressive, in my opinion. But yeah, Antonelli and Norris are still the only 2 drivers to really go for it. Gasly, you could say, is kind of gone for it, but not really. At this point, they're all just gathering data. It'll probably be towards the end of the morning session that we'll really get better times. And the end of the morning session is going to be at around 11 o'clock UK time. I don't know what that is. when it comes to other areas of the world. But yeah, like that's my overall point on what I think the Formula One calendar should look like. So I would rather the season start in the Middle East and in in Asia, and then it slowly work up to being in Europe and then in the Americas. I think the season should end in Brazil. That is my opinion, because Brazil is one of the best tracks on the calendar. And the famous old saying is you save your best until last. Silverstone and Sao Paulo, aka Interlagos, are the best two tracks on the Formula One calendar, in my opinion. Monza probably third, and the Red Bull Ring in fourth. And then I'd probably say Gilles Villeneuve in fifth, because those five tracks for me are the most exciting ones to watch on the Formula One calendar. And I've been to the British Grand Prix 5 years now in a row. 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, and all but one of them have been amazing. 2023 wasn't as good, but that whole season was just not as good, because obviously Max Verstappen was just dominating the whole season, and so you weren't really going to get, you kind of knew coming into it who was going to probably win it, unless something drastic had happened. A meteor probably could have struck the Silverstone circuit, and Max Verstappen still would have found a way to win that year. He was just so quick and so unstoppable in that Red Bull. But I'm looking forward to the season. Thing is it's tricky, because you want to look forward to a new set of regulations, but so often in the past they haven't really worked. 2014 didn't work. 2022 didn't really work. It works for a tiny bit, but by the end it doesn't. But it's weird, because I see the two contrasted each other, because 2022, there was a really, really good start. People were like, oh, Ferrari and Red Bull, they're going to have a title fight. And that didn't happen. And we had 2 years of Red Bull dominance. 2024 was, in my opinion, one of the best Formula One seasons I've ever seen. The racing was slightly decent, but the amount of the competitiveness of the field was brilliant. You had Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari, and Red Bull all fighting for race wins. And that brought me back to when I first started watching F1 in the early 2010s. I don't remember it very well, but when Lotus, when Ferrari, when Mercedes, when McLaren, when Red Bull were fighting for Grand Prix victories in 2012, and I missed that. And you also had some shock podiums, like for example in 2024, like for example the Alpines in Brazil. And by the way, that Brazil race, I was talking to my girlfriend about this a while back. That is like one of the most impressive races I've ever seen. I was watching that live on stream, and Max Verstappen was on another level that day. It's one of the greatest Formula One drivers I've ever seen. Probably the greatest Formula One driver I've ever seen in my lifetime. Ever. Like, there's nothing I've seen that's better than that in terms of individual talent. Honestly, Nico in Silverstone deserves an honourable mention there, because he basically single-handedly got that podium himself through his own decision-making, because he was going against everything that the team were saying, and the team were trusting him. So good on the team for trusting him. To be fair, he's the one driving the car. What are they going to do? Pull the switch on it? But that was an amazing drive from Max. And honestly, I would not be surprised if there's a wet race this year if he does that again, because that's just what he's like. He's incredible. And that drive for me, as well as last season, really cemented Max as, for me, one of the greatest Formula 1 drivers of all time. I'm going to change the crop a bit so there's a bit more... what I'm going to do is I'm going to move myself a bit closer to the center. See, there we go. That's a bit better. Right. And... there. That is perfect. Look at that. Oh my goodness, that's perfect. Yeah, I'm not moving that. But yeah, like, Max for me is one of the greatest F1 drivers of all time. 100%. If I had to give it top 10 right now, Senna would be first, Clark would be second, Hamilton would probably be third, then Fangio and Schumacher, then probably, and then this is when it gets tricky, because I'm like, okay, do I go Prost? Do I go Lauda? Do I go Stewart? Do I go Max? Do I go Fernando? Do I go Seb? Like, those guys are filling out the rest of my top 10, and that's when it gets difficult for me. I can give you my top 5. And if you want to talk about racing drivers overall, I would say Jim Clark's the greatest racing driver who's ever lived. Because the dude won in everything he raced in. Like, if you had given him a NASCAR and you'd given him, like, 3 or 4 races, he would have won one of them. That's how good he was, you know? He was incredible. The competitiveness, obviously, you could argue about, but the dude was special. And there goes Leclerc with a big lockup into turn 8. So I'm surprised it wasn't the corner after that, but that's his lap a bit screwed up now. So he'll have to go again. To be fair, though, because of how much time behind Antonelli is, he'll probably still improve on his time because he's 2.2 seconds down, as you can see on your screen right now, to the right of me. Oh, shush, and you're mostly... Oh, I get what you were saying now. Yes, I'm aware that we have normally timed races. See, I do have a problem with the fact that F1 is so, like, European-centric, because it means that there's less of an audience. And so I slightly get them trying to have a bigger audience in America, to a degree. However, my problem with that is you're kind of sacrificing the integrity of the sport for that. And, you know, racing... too many times in one country, in my opinion. Like, I just think, I think it's okay to have 2 tracks. Any more than that, I think, is a bit too much. Like, the most amount of times they've had a country host a Formula 1 race in a year is 3. Italy in 2020. But that was an emergency because of COVID. Because of coronavirus, and currently America in 1982. Those are the only times there's been more than 2 Grand Prix in 1 year in the same country. You know, I mean, Germany and Spain used to have 2. Britain had 2 at one point as well. There's Hadjar popping up to 3rd in the times. It's not updated it yet though, so I'll probably move it on a little bit. That's probably better. Let's see, is that better? No, hang on. See, it's so annoying because it doesn't move it very quickly. It's 1409. Yeah, okay, 1409. That's good. Right, that's probably the best we're gonna get in terms of being synced with the live timing. So Hadjar's up to 3rd now. This is a little bit more what we were expecting in terms of top 3. Mercedes, McLaren, Red Bull, Ferrari will get up there as well. Andrea Stella was saying the other day that he believed that Mercedes and Ferrari were the quickest 2 teams. I do think that that McLaren are going to be up there as well. And he was saying that they, you know, he was saying that that McLaren were looking good as well. So I think I agree with him because I think Red Bull are sandbagging a little bit. But I do think Mercedes and Ferrari are looking to be the 2 quickest teams. And I remember, you know, months ago that people were like, Mercedes are going to be the quickest team and George Russell's probably going to be the championship favourite this year. And I'm glad about that because I think George was one of the best drivers in Formula 1 last season. For me, and I'd said this for quite a while, I think after the summer break, I had this opinion, and I stick by it, that the best 3 drivers in Formula 1 last season were Max Verstappen, George Russell, and Charles Leclerc. Because Leclerc was carrying a Ferrari that was really poor, and he should have won in Hungary if it wasn't for the aero damage that he had, and he'd driven a brilliant race in Hungary. And George was fantastic throughout 2025, and really, you know, was showing his potential. You know, he's 28 now, George Russell. So you think he's in his prime. Because the thing is, what my problem is that, you know, calling Lando and George and Charles young men and Max young. The thing is, they wouldn't call Max young because, you know, he's been in Formula 1 for 10 years now. Because the thing is, they're all in their mid to late 20s. If you want young, Antonelli, Lindblad, Behrman, Bortoleto, Hadjar, they're all young. They're all under 22. You know, Colapinto's touching that as well, you know. Lawson, probably not. Lawson, I wouldn't describe him as young. I think if they're under 22 or 23, they're young, you know. And it's the same with footballers. Like, I've noticed this a lot with the British media, especially when it comes to Lando Norris and players like Saka, Trent Alexander-Arnold, Marcus Rashford. They call them a lot younger than they actually are, and they describe them as young when they're not. If you want young, Ollie Behrman's young. Ollie Behrman's a youngster. He's only 21, I think he is, this year. There we go, Charles Leclerc, 133.7, so there we go. That is more like it. That is more like the times we're expecting. So that is interesting. That is interesting. Leclerc has just set a 1 minute 33.7. As you guys can see there, Leclerc has set a 133.7. So that means that we're getting a bigger indication now of lap time. We're getting a bigger indication, and I'm glad about this because we've been waiting for this. Obviously, we're not going to fully know until, about, 20 days or so until the first race of the year. Hang on a second, is that it? There we go. We're not going to know for another, 20 odd days. Let me have a look. 7, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 days. We're not going to know for another 18 days yet who really is going to be on top. I mean, you could argue, maybe like 16 days, for Friday practice. But even then, I think in Friday practice, you can't really give it a proper indication. Saturday will be when, FP3 is when we'll know. Because that is when you will know if, if the cars are quicker or not. What cars are quick, because that's when they will be running their final tests and checks. Friday, I don't think will be a proper indication. One thing I will look at, what was FP1 times in Australia last year like? Let's have a look. To be fair, Norris was top, so maybe there is. But Sainz was second, Leclerc was third, Antonelli was down in 14th, but then again, it was his first race weekend. But Haas were right at the back. You haven't really gotten an indication into what it's going to be like for 2026, really, until Saturday, when qualifying and FP3 are on. Because in FP3, they're doing their qualifying runs. FP1 and FP2, they're doing race simulation, tire management, things like that, fuel management, and getting used to the track conditions. And then the Saturday, they're doing qualifying runs. And then Saturday, they've actually got qualifying after FP3. I just realised I haven't brushed my teeth yet. I'll be back in a minute, guys. BRB, I'm just going to go and brush my teeth. Right. There we go. I am back. We are back. We have been live for an hour now, which is quite crazy, but we are still going. As far as I'm aware, anyway. Are we? Let's have a look. Yep, there we go. Right, we are still live. Cool. Right. So there we go. Norris is currently on a lap at the moment. Hang on a second. I'm gonna close my bathroom door. I'm really picky about some things, guys. I'm really picky about some things. There we go. Right. So, Norris is on a lap, as I said. It's to be honest, it's about a second down, so he's not going to improve. But still interesting, nonetheless, seeing how the McLaren is handling things on track. Obviously, this year there's only been one driver change. However, it's about the rebrands, it's about the new regulations, the new engine manufacturers. It's going to be so interesting to see Aston Martin with a Honda engine, seeing Red Bull and Racing Bulls with a Ford engine, seeing Alpine with a Mercedes engine, and then having Audi on the grid. It's a shame that Cadillac don't have their own power unit ready yet, and they won't for another 3 years apparently. 2029 is when they're aiming to be in Formula 1 with their own power units. However, it's still exciting, you know? We've got a new team on the grid, a new team, guys, you know? And then you've also got Toyota partnering with Haas. And so you get into this possibility that, you know, maybe one day there will be a grid which has Alpine, albeit with Mercedes power, Aston Martin with Honda power, Williams with Mercedes power, Audi and Cadillac as independents, Toyota partnered with Haas, Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, McLaren obviously with Mercedes power, and then Ford with Red Bull and Racing Bulls. You know, that a future like that is exciting for Formula 1 because you've got so many different engine manufacturers. And I keep going back to this series, but WEC, for me, is the finest example of this variety because because there's so many different teams in that. For 2027, if you look at the 2027 teams, you're gonna have some absolutely brilliant teams on the grid. Sure, there will be a few that are leaving at the end of this season, such as for example, I don't know if Alpine are gonna remain or not, but I think who's leaving again? I'm trying to remember which team it is that's leaving. It's not Cadillac. Who is it that's leaving WEC at the end of this year? Is it BMW? I think it's BMW. You know, I mean, there's some really cool engine manufacturers in there. You've got Aston Martin, you've got Toyota, Cadillac, BMW, Genesis, Alpine, Ferrari, and Peugeot, all in the category. And McLaren and Ford are going to be in there as well, which is so much fun, you know. And I don't know if McLaren are going to make their own engine for this or not, but it's going to be exciting. But I think we all knew that Adrian Newey would be involved. I wonder if Cosworth are going to work with Aston Martin to make you know, an Aston Martin engine. Because the thing is Aston Martin have a partnership with Cosworth. I've actually been to the Cosworth factory and I've listened to the engine of the Valkyrie. It's a very nice sounding engine, by the way. And, you know, Adrian Newey designed that Valkyrie car in association with Cosworth and Aston Martin. When Red Bull were sponsored by Aston Martin. This was, you know, you're going back 2019, 2020, roughly. And Adrian Newey designed the original car, and then Marek Reichman designed the actual endurance car. And the thing is it did take up until the last few rounds for them to do well, but once they did well, you know, they really started getting good results. They finished 5th in Fuji, and then they finished 7th in Bahrain. So it took a bit of time for them to get used to the series, but they did really well. Considering it was their debut season anyway. I mean, out of the 8 manufacturers, they did finish last by a country mile, and they were the only team not to get a podium. But at the end of the day, you know, it's their debut season, so you don't expect that. Oh yeah, they also finished 10th at Le Mans as well. So, I don't know what's happening with the Aston Martin. Oh, there's a bit flying off the car a bit. That's a wee bit loose. That's not ideal. Something hanging from the back of the car, and it's flying about all over the place. I don't know what it is, but there we go. Yeah, that was a bit dodgy there from the Aston Martin. Don't know what was happening, but something was happening. There was a bit flying off the car. There's the Haas, as I was mentioning earlier. They are partnered with Toyota and Toyota Gazoo Racing, who of course have been very successful in the World Endurance Championship. They finished second in the constructors last year, but to be fair, Ferrari absolutely dominated the class last year. They won almost half of the races in WEC last year. Cadillac won one, Alpine won one, Porsche won two, and Toyota won one. So it's been a very dominant time for Ferrari in that class. However, in F1 it's been a very different story, and they've not won in F1 since 2024 Mexico. They've been a year and a half almost without a race victory, which is quite crazy to think about considering this is Ferrari we're talking about. But then you remember that 2022 Bahrain was their first win in 2.5 years, when Leclerc won ahead of Carlos Sainz in what was a fabled old race, which people thought was going to dictate the ground effect era, which it didn't, unfortunately. Ferrari were very inconsistent throughout the turbo hybrid ground effect era, and unfortunately it didn't really give them any little to no success, really. They almost won the constructors in 2024, but 2025 was their worst year since 2021, basically. It was even worse in 2021 because they were ahead of McLaren in 2021. 2020 was the last time they finished lower than third in the Constructors' Championship, which just shows how much they dropped off, to be honest. It was a bit of a shame, really, because, I mean, we all wanted Ferrari to do well, and we all thought that, you know, when Lewis Hamilton was joining the team, there was going to be a momentum swing in favour of them, along with McLaren, but there wasn't. There's Norris, currently out on the track. Hang on, I'm just... They're talking about the limits to battery power. This is outside of my jurisdiction of knowledge. This is outside my jurisdiction of knowledge. My knowledge is not technical. My knowledge is on history, I suppose, not really necessarily on aerodynamics. I do find some of it interesting, though, how, you know, the battery power works, the downforce and the aerodynamics of it. But I don't know much about that. I'm like, my knowledge is very rudimentary, and so that's sort of the one area where I need to read up on a bit more, if possible. But to be honest, I can't see myself really learning a heck of a lot and remembering it all. That's the main problem I have. But I'm just having a little look at what the WEC field is this year. It's a really exciting field. I mean, you've got Kamui Kobayashi, this is just in F1's context, Nick DeVries, Sebastian Buemi, Brendan Hartley, Will Stevens, Jack Aitken, Sebastian Bourdais, K-Mag, you've got Lotterer, and you've also got Giovinazzi, Kubica, De Resta, and Van Doorn. Like, you've got a very good WEC field. And then, is there anybody in LMGT3 that drove an F1 at any point? I'd be a bit surprised if there was. Yeah, there isn't. I didn't think there would be. There's been guys who've raced in the feeder series. So, for example, Johnny Edgar's there, Sean Galale, Marvin Kirchhofer. That is a name I've not heard in a while. He was in F3 in like 2013, something like that. Yeah, German F3 2013. To be fair, Kirchhofer was a good driver. He had a good run in GP3, but he never. In fact, he finished third. In a season where Esteban Ocon was competing, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he finished third behind Esteban Ocon and Luca Giotto, and he wasn't that far off them. Alex Palou finished 10th in that season. Honestly, Palou got robbed though. He was driving for a team which wasn't competitive, and so only really IndyCar showed his actual talent, which is quite crazy to think about, but it's true. So yeah, he's a good driver, Palou, and I really rate him. And I think if he went to F1, he wouldn't be that out of place. Oh, actually, no, never mind. There is one. Logan Sargent. Logan Sargent's in L and GT3 next year. So he's the only former F1 driver in there, to my knowledge. Is he related to Gennaro Gattuso? This guy? No, he isn't. Stefano Gattuso. I thought he was related to Gennaro, the footballer. Anyway, Jose Maria Lopez, who was also linked with an F1 seat at one point. He's in there. Trying to see if there's anybody else who's been involved in F1. Davide Rigon was a Ferrari test driver for many years. And I think that's it, to be honest. I can't really see. Was Rui Andrade an F1 test driver? I don't know if he was. Hadrian David used to be in the Alpine Academy. That's pretty much it. So yeah, not really any updates to the timings, to my knowledge. I think everybody's still in their places that they were in the last sort of 15 minutes or so. Hadjar set that time, of course, which put him fourth. Leclerc set that time, which put him first. But Antonelli and Norris's times came much earlier on in the session. There is Ocon out on track at the moment. He had a really bad year last season, didn't he? I mean, he got beaten by his rookie teammate. Where did he finish in the driver's standings? Let's have a look. Where did he finish last season in the standings? I think he was 15th in the standings? Yeah, he was 15th in the standings, and he scored 3 less points than Ollie Beerman did, and had a worse or best finish as well. So, but it's weird because I remember reading press releases from the time. By the way, you can completely do this. It's not just a journalist thing. You can read press releases on the FIA website. It does take a wee bit of time to find them, but once you do, they're very interesting. And I remember Ollie Beerman and Esteban Ocon both saying that they were quick at tracks they weren't expecting to be, and slow at tracks that they were expecting to be fast at. So that it was kind of an unknown going into most race weekends. But they did have a few double point scores in China, Bahrain. They had a double point score in Sao Paulo. Sorry, no, not in Sao Paulo, in Mexico, I should say. And also in the Netherlands. And that was impressive from Beerman, because I think he started in the pit lane in that race, if I recall correctly. Las Vegas, they scored double points as well. So they had a very mixed season, Haas, because they had some great results, and yet they still finished 8th in the Constructors that year. You know, they still got beat by Aston Martin and Racing Bulls. There wasn't much margin in it. You know, there was 13 points between the three teams. And there looked to be at one point that Aston Martin might have gotten ahead of Williams, despite the fact that Aston Martin had such a bad season. You know, especially from Japan until Monaco. They had a really bad season, but after Spain, they really picked it up, and they scored points in all but 6 of the remaining, I think, 17 races, I think that is. 15 races. You know, they scored points in most of the races after that. And they were the best team in the midfield quite a lot of the weekends. Alonso really had a good season. And to be fair, Stroll had a good first half of the season. But he really had a bad second half from Monza until really the final round in Abu Dhabi. That was when Alonso really turned up the heat and had some really good finishes. You know, you had 7th in Singapore, 10th in America, 7th in Vegas. So they had some good results, but they had a really inconsistent year. And this year looks to be worse for them, because apparently Stroll's saying they're 4.5 seconds off the pace. I think that's a load of nonsense personally, but they're not that slow, but they're not gonna be up there, I don't think, just yet. People were saying that Aston Martin are overweight, apparently. A lot of people were rumouring about Williams being overweight as well, though, and that was dismissed. So there's a lot of mystery here because people were saying a few months ago, oh, Mercedes are going to be the quickest team. Williams is overweight. Aston Martin are going to be slow. And now they're arguing if the cars are quick or not. Well, they are kind of quick. They're not that quick, but they're not, ridiculously fast. I mean, Hulkenberg was hitting, I think, about 200 on the straights, which is pretty, that's like decent, but it's not as good as it was, a few years ago. Even last year, it wasn't as quick as that, which sucks, but that's the way it is. I mean, look, with the new set of regulations, at the beginning, they're not going to be that quick, but within a few months, they're upgrading, they're developing, they're evolving the cars, and they get quicker. That's literally the nature of Formula One in the first place, So for people to be saying, "Oh, these cars are slow," I think it's a bit too soon to be saying that right now, because I think you need to give it time for the cars to evolve a little bit. But I think that we shouldn't be like, if there's one team dominating in the first few races, we shouldn't be like, oh my gosh, F1's being dominated again. Because things change very much over the course of a season. I mean, do you guys remember last season? Red Bull were miles ahead, not last season, 2024. Red Bull were, really, really quick at the start of the year. But then by the end of the season, they were fourth fastest. They were the fourth quickest team behind Ferrari and Mercedes and McLaren. Like, things change, is what I'm trying to say, basically. And that's just the way it is. That's the way Formula One is. It constantly evolves. The sport constantly evolves. And so you have to get used to that. You have to get used to the fact that there's going to be changes in F1, You have to get used to the fact that the order is going to change. The hierarchy is going to change. That's how it's always been. It's always been like that. One team can start the season very strong, but they can be nowhere by the end of it. It doesn't happen a heck of a lot, but sometimes it happens. So that's what I'm kind of saying on that point. Here's Ocon, and he's just doing slow laps, getting more knowledge of the track. It's crazy, we say slow laps and he's still doing more speed than we're probably doing in our cars on the motorway, But this season is looking to be a good one, and I'm looking forward to seeing what everybody does, what all the teams and drivers do. I just think that we need to be very cautious about sensationalizing things. That's what I'm trying to sort of get at with my point, because we can very much sensationalize things and say, oh, this team is going to be miles behind, this team is going to be miles ahead. I think right now the best thing we can do is look at who's getting the most laps done and who's really gaining the most. Right, so let's have a look at that. Currently, the drivers with the most laps, the teams with the most laps, are Haas, Racing Bulls, McLaren, and then Alpine and Williams. Then the teams, then it's Ferrari, Aston Martin, Red Bull, and Mercedes. So, and then you've got Audi just behind Aston Martin. So, I mean, for me, the thing I take away from testing usually is the amount of laps that are done, not the times. That is what I've been like for quite a while now. You've got to look at who's getting the most mileage in, because whoever's getting the most mileage in, they have the most data, the most information, and so they've got the biggest ground to work on, if that makes sense. They've got the most information to develop. So Aston Martin, there's Fernando Alonso. He's on a lap right now. He's half a second down in the first sector, but this does look to be a proper lap that he's doing here. So this might be a little bit more of a representative time for him. Probably going to put him fourth if I had to guess, although he's only about 2/3 of the way through the lap. So he hasn't got to the end of the second split yet. So we'll see where he's like compared to Leclerc. But there he goes through there, and he's not that far off, I don't think. Okay, no, he is quite a bit off. He's 2 seconds off. Yeah, okay, I don't think he'll get Hadjar. I think in the first sector he was pushing, and then they were like, okay, slow it down a little bit, Hun. Slow it down a little bit, babe, you know? Like, we don't want to reveal too much too soon, innit, you know? So, um, Aston Martin are, yeah, people are saying they're not looking good. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, and I think we should just wait until the end of preseason to really determine that. But some people are sensationalizing what's happening. Alonso's, I'm pretty sure, still in sixth. I don't think he's actually improved on his time. Hulkenberg's in seventh now, so he's going a little bit quicker. It's so good to see that Audi badge, man. It's so good. Last week I was going through that thing where it was like, oh my goodness, look at this. It's the Cadillac. It's the Audi. Oh my goodness, 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 oh my goodness. You know, but I've calmed down a little bit from that now. I am no longer losing my head over how some of the cars look, or the fact that Ford are in F1 again for the first time since 2000. You know, like, you know, you're just, you know, you're used to it now. If you watch testing, you're used to it, and so you kind of adjusted yourself to how things are. And there's the Cadillac finally making an appearance after an hour and 15 minutes. Cadillac are finally going to be on the track with their Tommy Hilfiger and TWG sponsorship, and that is going to be fun. Lindblad on a lap at the moment. He's 2.3 seconds down, but he's going to improve because he's last, as you guys can see, 3.7 seconds down. I'm listening to what they're saying about Cadillac. See, the stuff about Cadillac interests me a heck of a lot more because there's people I know involved with the project. Same with Audi. Like, I know people involved with the Audi and the Cadillac projects, you know? Especially Cadillac. You know? Somebody who's literally in my phone book is involved with the Cadillac project. So I'm a little bit more interested in that, if that makes sense. Lindblad has just gone into 8th. It hasn't updated yet. Is there any way I can... Let's see, is it... let's see. Yeah, that's probably best I've got. Wait, what? Why is that? That's behind, though. Hang on a second. That's a bit behind where I am. That's probably better. There we go. Yep, so there's Checo. Getting ready to go on track in that green helmet of his. Alonso, I'm guessing, had a bit of a lockup at turn 10 based on the fact that the replay is at turn 10. Let's have a little look. Am I correct? 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 Yes, I am. Either that or he braked too late. You can't really see any smoke, so maybe he did brake a little bit too late. But I'm never going to forget that overtake he did on Lewis in 2023 at that corner. I don't know if you guys remember that overtake he did on Lewis Hamilton at that corner, but it was an amazing overtake. I'm going to go and find it, actually, just because it's such a good... just because it was such an impressive overtake. Like, this overtake was so good. I'll go and switch it. Hang on a second, I'm going to mute Sky because I don't want to get copyrighted. Right, this clip here, I'm going to mute myself just for a few seconds.
The car. Now look going down the inside, Martin. What a move from Fernando Alonso. He really caught Lewis.
So that overtake there, that was such a brilliant overtake from Fernando on Lewis in 2023. It was such a cool overtake. I have muted that, haven't I? Yes, I have. Okay. I was just checking if I'd muted it because last time I hadn't done it properly. So I'm still getting used to audio mixing again. It's been a while. But yeah, it's so weird when you look at that and you see Norris in last. So weird. Alonso, man, he was 2023. Lewis and Fernando were beasts. Both of them were on another level that year. I remember commenting that on a short, and people were like, oh, only Verstappen better, Alonso better this season. Alonso and Verstappen were brilliant that season, but Lewis was on another level in the second half of the season. I think he scored, what was it, like 10 podiums or something like that in like the final like 15 races. That was how ridiculously quick he was. Like, dude was on a mad one. Let's see. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's Alonso I'm looking at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He only had 6 podiums that year. But he was scoring so many points finishes so consistently. I bet like Russell this year and last year and the year before. Like, Russell's consistency was so impressive last season. Because he finished every race, and the only laps that he wasn't on the lead lap of were in Monaco. You know, he scored, I think he scored points in all but one race last season. Like, that's how consistent George Russell was last year. He just got screwed over by not having the best car. Like, yeah, I'm literally looking at it now. He scored points in every race apart from Monaco. I remember in 2024, I think it was, I think by the British Grand Prix, which was, I think, 10 races in, he was the only driver who'd finished in the top 5 of every race. That was how good he was. So Cadillac are getting ready to go out and track with Perez at the moment. See, the thing is they've missed an hour here, but as the commentators are saying, they have gotten quite a lot of mileage in already, which is quite impressive. They've gotten loads of mileage in Bahrain. They've gotten over 300 laps last week, which is very impressive. And they also had the closed test as well, where they got some laps in as well, which is really good for them. You know, they're looking really good. Considering they're, you know, a new team built from the ground up, they're looking good. They're looking quick. And we're very much going to be looking forward to seeing what they can do. I find it funny that Bortoleto, Hulkenberg, Perez, and Bottas, they don't have like actual race suits on at the moment on the F1 website. It's literally just like grey. It's so funny. As Leclerc locked up into turn 10. Yep, that's another one. Another one bites the dust through there. Honestly, I think we should start a counter for that again, because last week there was quite a few that locked up through there. I think about half of the drivers that were out on track locked up through there. At one point, half the guys who were on track in the morning session, I think it was, or sorry, it was the afternoon session, from 3 o'clock. Yeah, literally all you can see for Bottas, Bortoleto, Perez, also Lindblad as well. All you can see is just their faces. And Hadjar, all you can see is just their faces. You can't actually see the suits that they're wearing in that one. And then, can you see them with the others? Let's see. And then, yeah, Lindblad and Hadjar you can't see either, which is a bit strange. They really need to update that. Because they've got race suits now. Verstappen's gonna have the same race suit that Hadjar has, dude, okay? Like, chill. Oh, wait, I just realized it's because they're still showing, I think, last year's. That's why. Are they? I think they are. Not 100% sure. Anyway. Lockup. Oh, lockup and a massive swap of oversteer for Antonelli there. He was going very wide there, where he should have been. He was exploring the track limits, let's say. And, whoa! Big save there. He was going all over the place. But he recovered, which was very impressive, I have to say. That was very impressive from Antonelli to save the car. And he had a really good second half of last season, Kimi Antonelli. First half was poor. Second half was pretty good. There is Palmer. He's at turn 12. What Palmer is doing, he needs to give me back the position. He got the chicane. Alonso Team Radios are a genre, an F1 genre in itself. I want to just see, is there a compilation of Alonso's best team radio? Yeah, there's a 7-minute compilation of him getting angry. That's wild. Not many F1 drivers would have that, which just shows how iconic Fernando truly is. Let's see what's happening. Is there anything happening? Not really. At the moment, it's only Leclerc, Ocon, Lindblad that are out on track at the moment. So we'll see what happens. I need to sneeze. I think I am getting a bit of a cold, guys. Which is not good because I'm a broadcaster at the end of the day, and being a broadcaster and having a cold is not good. Also, I have 5-a-side tonight, so that's probably going to make things worse. Yes, I actually get out of my flat every now and then, believe it or not, when I don't have class. I actually touch grass sometimes, guys. Well, I mean, it's artificial, but but I still get out, you know. There is Charles Leclerc. I don't think he's not really going that quick. I say that he's still going faster than, as I said, we all are in our road cars, but currently only really Leclerc and Antonelli have really set quick times, to be honest. Norris kind of, but not really. Hang on. So we're almost halfway through now, actually. Because we've been live for an hour and a half. So another 25 minutes, and we'll have been halfway through the session already, which is quite crazy, the morning session. I don't know if I'm gonna, like, have an hour where I'm just, like, sort of chilling, or, if I might play a game for an hour or something, just to pass the time, while, F1 is on a break. Or I'll have my lunch and I'll be like, be right back. I'll have be right back on the screen. Probably it'll be that. What am I going to have for lunch? Am I going to have a cheese sandwich? I might have a cheese sandwich. See, now I'm thinking about what I'm going to have for lunch already, and it's only like 8:30 in the morning. That's not healthy. That's not a good idea, Liam. Don't think about that yet, because you've had some breakfast, but don't think about that too early, Liam. Come on now. Come on. Literally, everybody that Julian Palmer is seeing go past him are going slow because they're on slow laps and they're not going quick. This ain't any fun. Come on, guys. Pick up the pace a little bit. Come on. Come on. Do it. Hurry up. Pick up the pace a bit. Come on. There's this guy who's got literally every single piece of data. Holy crap. That guy's got so much data on his screen with live timing. That is wild. Like, I love how there's people who have, like, so many different, like, screens up at once. And then there's just me who's just got this. Like, I think, should I like, how do I manage broadcast in here? Should I just, like, change the stream to include live timing? Is that what interests people? Is there a manage broadcast? Come on, surely there is there? YouTube live control panel. No, I don't want to see that because it's going to say I've got nobody watching it, and I want to just know people are watching. There we go. Wait, it says it's not connected. Oh wait, that can't be right. Because it's still working for me right now, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, we're still going. I'm just going to pretend that people are watching, even if they aren't. To be fair, people have busy days, so I'm not expecting people to watch this. This is more just a time capsule. Plus, more experience for me, I suppose, doing this sort of thing. But there's Kimi Antonelli. Again, as I was saying, he had a good rookie season in F1. Second half of the year, he was very impressive. First Italian to score a podium in Formula 1 since 2009. I think that was Giancarlo Fisichella at the Belgian Grand Prix. Let's have a little look at that. 2009 Belgian Grand Prix was the last time there was an Italian on the podium. So, yeah. 2009. Belgian Grand Prix. That was the last time there was an Italian driver on the podium before Canada this last year. I just typed in 2025 Canadian and literally nothing came up. There we go. Third youngest driver, yeah, to finish on the Formula 1 podium. I love how everybody just calls him Kimi. Calling him Andrea Kimi Antonelli just does not sound right. Kimi is better. His dad wanted him to be a footballer initially. He's a Bologna fan, which is quite cool. He supports his local, which is good to see. Oh yeah, I forgot Vincenzo Italiano's their manager. It's crazy, he's got a name like that, but he was born in Karlsruhe, West Germany. To be fair, he did grow up in Italy, though. So yeah, I suppose my connection to Bologna would be the fact that Lewis Ferguson plays for them, and he's Scottish. So there's my connection to Bologna. To be fair, it's not like I actually know anybody that plays for Bologna. Because it's funny, I was looking at Transfer Market, which is like a football website, and there's 4 people I know that are on it. 3 of them are brothers, and one of them was somebody I used to play with when I was younger. The 3 footballers I went to school with. One of them plays for Strathspey Thistle. One of them plays for Dundee United under 18s, I think. And then the other one plays for St Johnstone, which is my local team. Not in Edinburgh, in Perth. My local team in Edinburgh, I don't actually know. I think it's Hearts, but I don't support Hearts. I'm a Celtic fan, so Hibs are more my preference. Plus, my girlfriend's a Hibs fan, so I kind of have to root for Hibs anyway. To be fair, I always liked Hibs. So, here comes Norris. Is he going to set a quick time? Yes, he is. That's more like Lando. Just outside the 1 minute 33s, 134.052. So that's more like it from Lando. I'll just go and do that, and you guys will see it in a second that he has improved his time. Why are they talking about Suzuka? I don't know why they're talking about Suzuka right now. Lads, we're in Bahrain. Suzuka's not for another 3 weeks yet, I'm pretty sure. 3 or 4 weeks. Like, you know, calm it down. Calm it down. It's not for another month, you know? So, it's honestly, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah. I'm just having a little look at FootMob right now. Different stats. Because I'm a football fan. I'm a massive football fan. I'm a football journalist as well, to be fair. Not as such, though, as I am with motorsport. Motorsport's my main thing. I always say, if I wasn't a motorsport journalist, I'd have been a football journalist. If I hadn't have been a football journalist, I'd have been a music journalist. Because I do make music, guys. Believe it or not, I actually do make music. Like, I actually do make my own music. I've got a guitar here. I don't have a capo, which is unfortunate. But that's Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd. I've written my own stuff, though. Every dog has its day, every fish becomes prey, but we are frozen in time. Nothing will change our minds, not even the taxman's fines. That's like something I've written. I've written like 4 or 5 songs, but that's just a little preview. Ticking Clocks, which is a song I've written. I've actually, like, what I've done is I've actually got, like, there's an app called Tabs and Chords, and I've actually, like, put my songs on it privately, so I can look at them when I'm actually recording. So I could probably give you guys a proper rendition here, because I'm still getting to know some of these songs. I'm gonna put my headphones off, just so I can record, like, I can show you guys this. So it goes, every dog has its day, Every fish becomes prey, but we are frozen in time. Nothing will change our minds, not even taxman's fines. Look up to the sky, its colors black and white. So many a soul trapped and haunted. The memories of a life once lived now end with the full honor. Every person will be slain in every kind of way, tortured, mentally burned, physically insanity to sleep with Miss Lizzie. Bonds are broken, tides have been turning, shifts are being made in offices far from the maids. Poor Prudence can't be saved. See, I can't play F properly. Food on a tray goes to prisoners. Death's door. Was this what they imagined when they were little, doing chores? Well, Mr. Mustard's accepted. He's a bore. Some of them damaged, some of them broken, but all of them outcasted and sentenced to a ticking time clock. Well, Maxwell's finally been stopped. So that's how one of my songs goes. Yeah. Back to F1. We're still waiting on Cadillac actually coming onto the circuit, which is rather odd. Because it's been, we've been waiting a while for them to come out to the track, and they still haven't. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. So if you guys are wondering why my fingers are like that instead of like this, why they're like that instead of that, it's because I spend too much time playing the guitar, and so my fingers are a bit screwed. I was a bit swear there, but then I remembered I'm on stream, so I think I'll be clean for today. Some days I'm gonna be like, tell you what, nah. I think I'm just gonna be me, I'm trying to figure out is it studio mode? No, it's not studio mode. Where can I change the settings of the stream from in here? Where can I change the settings of the stream from within here? I want to know. Why don't I know this? Why don't I know how I can change the title of the stream to include live timing? I think I'll go and just do it manually. Screw it. We're almost halfway through the morning session. An hour and 38 minutes in. Still got another 2 hours and 22 minutes to go. There we go. So, not much happening at the moment on track, but we do have the live timing to the right of me, which is quite good. Trying to think if there's anything else that I need to do. Oh my goodness, yeah, Fiorentina are having a terrible season in Serie A. That's not good for them. They've got some good players as well. They got David De Gea, they got Moise Kean, they've got Robin Gosens. Oh yeah, they got Fagioli as well. Fagioli's a good player. I rate Fagioli quite highly. Antonelli's on a lap at the moment. He's looking decent through the first sector. He's probably going to be a little bit down on Leclerc. Yeah, he's a second down on him. But for a testing lap, it's not going to be too bad. He's just taking his time, you know. And that's what we're going to get. An update on the times. Perez is finally out on track. Finally, we have a Cadillac out on track. Although I think this is a little bit ahead. So I am going to pause it. No, it's not. It's behind. See, this is so confusing to me. Because it says that Perez has been... Oh, wait, maybe he has been out on track, but he isn't anymore. I think I've missed that. Damn it, I've missed Perez being out on track. Because I was playing my stupid guitar. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man, play a song for me. I'm not sleepy, and there is no place I'm going to. Right, let's see if I can switch this off. I don't know if it's too dark or not. See, I wish I could like have the light on a specific setting, because obviously I'm able to do that when I'm at home in St. Meadows, which is where I'm from. Shoot, I just revealed where I'm from. When I'm back home in sort of the Perth area. But I think this is okay. Does it look like I'm in a prison cell? Like that one clip of Mark Henry from that film where he's like, I want you to kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantic. I just love that scene so much. Where it's just like the professor's just talking to his student and he's like, turns out the law isn't happy with me giving crack to students. And then it's just like, how about you come and kiss me on my hot mouth? I'm feeling romantical. Or romantic, whatever it is he says. It's so funny. Mark Henry in that scene. It's just so funny. That reminds me of a Sidemen clip where it's like they're doing like a video. I don't watch the Sidemen, by the way. It's not really my thing. And then the woman's like, people used to call me Mark Henry because she's a woman of color. And yeah. Like her body type is a bit more like Mark Henry's, if that makes sense. See, I'm trying to be like polite. It's quite a funny clip. It's a really, really funny clip. Yeah. Oh. My I'm getting a bit of tooth pain at the moment. Gum pain. I'm getting it especially on the left right now, but I have had a lot of pain on the right because I've got a wisdom tooth coming in on this side, so it's quite sore. Oh, that was sore. I sure I haven't done my daily games. Like my usual like daily trivia games, like football trivia games. Okay, right. So first of all, I go on this website called Play Football Games. So players with more than 2 Club World Cup titles. Sergio Ramos has got to be on there. Cristiano Ronaldo will be there. Messi. Who else would be on there? Casillas, maybe? No. Xavi? No? Vinny, maybe? Adverts. That's a tricky one, actually. I'll have to think about that. Anyway, in terms of stuff on track, there isn't anything happening really at the moment. Only Ocon and Antonelli are out at the moment. Everybody else is in the pits, probably getting some, you know, debriefing in the car. Getting some information about, okay, this is how things are going in certain areas, things like that. I'm talking about it as if I would know. I don't absolutely know, but there you go. I'm trying to think who'd be on there, but I'll come back to that. I'll do goal list. This is another like football quiz I do. Every Chelsea top goal scorer in a Premier League season. Okay, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank's gonna be on there. So I'm going to go Hasselbank. I'm going to go Was Anelka ever a Chelsea top goal scorer? I don't know if he was. I might go for him. I'm going to have a look and see. Did he score? Yep, Anelka's on there. Alright, Anelka. Who else would be on there? Chelsea top goal scorer in a Premier League season. See, I'm thinking Zola's going to be on there. I'll have a little look. Gianfranco Zola. Surely Gianfranco Zola is going to be on there. Let's see. Yep, Zola's on there. Alright. Zola. And then I'm also going to go for... I think Lukaku might have been their top goal scorer one season. Like, the one season he was back, I'm pretty sure he might have been their top goal scorer. Was he? Or was it? It was Mount. I wasn't sure if it was him or Mount. I'll go okay, I was going to say Mount. It was Mount, right. And then I'm also going to go with... trying to think who... Oh, wait, how about Hernan Crespo? It'll either be Crespo or Lampard. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Is it Crespo or is it Lampard? Oh no, it's Hasselbank and Lampard, yeah. See, I'm trying to think who would be on there. Rudhula wouldn't be on there. Gianluca Vialli wouldn't be on there. Who played for Chelsea that was a top goal scorer for them? Aubameyang wouldn't be there. Or would he maybe... would he be there? Don't know, actually. I don't know who would have been their top goal scorer that season in 20 was it 22-23? Because Palmer wasn't there at that point. Was it Aubameyang? I feel like it might have been. Was it? Oh, it was Havertz. I wasn't sure if I should go with Havertz or not, but wait, what about Mark Hughes? Mark Hughes might be a shout because he was their player manager at one point, wasn't he? Oh yeah, Mark Hughes might be on there, is he? Go on, is he? Oh no, Vialli's on there. Vialli is on there. I wasn't sure if he would be. Yeah, I'm gonna go Vialli then, because I was thinking he'd be on there. Right, let's see. Zola's got quite a high score. Anelka's got quite a high score. Hasselbank has quite a high score. Let's see who's got the lowest. I swear if I found out Havertz is on here, I'm going to be really annoyed. Currently, Alonso's on a lap. He is improving, which is good to see. We've actually got a quick time coming in here from an Aston Martin. Although it's probably a lot slower than Leclerc's. He's just running a bit quicker than usual. Never mind, he's 2.3 seconds down. He's doing this thing again where he's quick in the first sector and then he bins it off the rest of the lap. Sturridge. Jorginho was Chelsea's top goal scorer one season. That is embarrassing. Havertz actually does have less than Zola. Forgot about Tammy Abraham as well. Right, Futbolista. Let's see. Players feature for Aston Villa in the 24-25 Champions League. So Emi Martinez will be there. Matty Cash, Ezri Konza, Tyrone Mings, Pau Torres. What about Diego Carlos? Is he there? Yep, Diego Carlos is there. Ian Matson, Luca Digne, Boubacar Kamara, Yuri Tielemans, Ollie Watkins, John Duran, Jadon Sancho. Oh no, Sancho's there now, sorry, Rashford I meant. Who else is there? John McGinn will be there. Amadou Onana. Who else has played for Villa in the Champions League? Who was there last season? I said Kamara. I said Tielemans. Was Diaby there last season? Not Abu Dhabi. Mr. Diaby. No, he wasn't. Leon Bailey, maybe? Leon Bailey and Daniel Malen. Go on. No, Malen's not there. Okay. Who am I missing then? I've got 16 out of 25, so I've already won. Because you need to get half to win. But who am I missing from this? Who have I missed? Louis Barry? Probably not, actually. I'll guess him anyway. He doesn't even come up. Well, there you go. Villa. I was going to say Harvey Elliott, but he's not on there. Because he was at Liverpool last season. Who was at Aston Villa last season that was in the Champions League with them? Because they've got Ollie Watkins, Danny Ings? Was it Ings? No, I didn't think so. Ollie Watkins. Who am I missing? Who am I missing from this list? Bizot wasn't there back then. I don't know who their backup goalie was. You had Matson, Torres, Konza. Who's a centre back for them? Oh, Hulkenberg's gone off the track a bit there. Not great from him. That's his tires a bit screwed now, I suppose. Who have I missed? Oh, Emi Buendia. Buendia's going to be there. Buendia, McGinn, Watkins. I'm trying to think, who am I missing that's played for... Who's their backup right back again? Who's Villa's backup right back after... No, it's Konza. Konza's their backup right back, isn't he? Torres, Diego Carlos. Who have I missed? Who have I missed? Right, let's see what happened with Hulkenberg. Here's a replay. Goes into the corner, okay. Does he get oversteer? Oh, yes he does. Big snap of oversteer. Big snap of oversteer. Oh my god, I forgot Morgan Rogers. I can't believe I forgot Morgan Rogers. That's so bad. He literally scored a hat-trick against Celtic as well. I should have remembered that. I should have remembered that he scored a hat-trick against Celtic. A big snap oversteer there from Hulkenberg. Big snap. Big snap. What's happening with Red Bull? Bernie Collins is revealing information about what is happening right now with Red Bull. So this is fascinating insight into things. So we're doing something with the engine right now. Currently Gasly's on a lap. He's 1.9 seconds down on Leclerc's time. I'm doing football connections right now. I got the trickiest one first, which is weird, but that's just what I'm like sometimes. Because I always look for the weirdest ones, you know? Okay, Ryan Giggs, Gary Speed, Aaron Ramsey, Desk. Oh, OBS is disconnected. There we go. Right, we had an issue for a minute there, so apologies. I have just hit my arm against my stand, which is really, really sore right now. Ow. That's really, really hurt. Come on, Liam. Don't be silly. You'll be all right. You're not gonna die. It's all right. Right. Romelu Lukaku's there. Here comes Leclerc. Oof, that's really hurt. I've hurt my arm on the mic stand. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing, Liam. That's embarrassing. Who am I missing that's Belgian? That's costed a lot of money. Carrasco, maybe, when he went to China. No, could he be there? Come on. No, he's not. Dembele? Probably not. So I'm just trying to think who's a Belgian Belgian forward. Doku? Surely Doku's going to be there. Come on. Yep, there he is. There's Doku. See, I've got half of them, which is quite good. Whoa. Is Tielemans there? Go on. Surely Tielemans. Yep, Tielemans there. Leclerc's finishing his lap now. He's not going to improve, but it's still a very consistent lap considering they are in testing. It's a 35.7. He's probably doing race distance right now. To be fair, most of them will be. It'll be very rare that they go and do something that isn't very sort of hiding of what their actual pace is, if that makes sense. Here's a replay of Ocon. Let's see what's happened with Esteban. Coming into the final corner. Big lockup. Very strange corner to have a big lockup into. Because you're going at medium speed. So through the corner. It's not slow speed. So it is quite a... You know, you are slowing down quite a bit for it. But it's not that sudden. But I'm surprised a bit about that. But... There's Ocon, he's back in the pits now. The only drivers out on track at the moment are Hulkenberg, Gasly, and Charles Leclerc. Perez has still not done a lap yet. He was out on track very briefly, but he didn't set an actual time. So, a little bit odd, but... Wait, Courtois will probably be there, surely, is he? Let's see, come on. Number 4, gotta be Thibaut. No, Thibaut Courtois not there. Wow. I'm trying to think, most expensive Belgians in transfer history, ties sorted by the oldest transfer first. I've got Hazard, Lukaku, De Bruyne, Doku, Onana, and Tielemans. Who am I missing from that? See, I'm trying to think who's signed for specific clubs for fees. Because the thing is, right, only certain clubs are going to afford certain fees, if that makes sense. So I'm thinking, who's signed for Arsenal that's Belgian? Who's signed for Liverpool that's Belgian? Who's signed for United that's Belgian? Who's signed for Newcastle, Villa, Chelsea, Barcelona, Real Madrid, PSG, Bayern Munich. This is difficult. I'm trying to think Belgians. Who was in the Belgian World Cup squad in 2018? You had the two Hazards. You had Axel Witsel, Yuri Tielemans, Yannick Carrasco, Nasser Chadli, Alderweireld, Vertonghen, Meunier. I don't know. I'll come back to it. The one I always do is box to box because it tests your football knowledge. Oh yes, United, Real Madrid. I'm getting all of these right. Di Maria, Sergio Reguilon, Alvaro Carreras, Laurie Cunningham, Chicharito, David Beckham, Michael Owen, Ruud van Nistelrooy, Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Aston Martin are no longer doing the safety car. See, this is a sort of random talk that you get during pre-season testing. Who else? Ronaldo. Who else has played for both Real Madrid and Man United recently? So you've got Ronaldo, Van Nistelrooy, Cunningham, Carreras, Beckham, Owen. Who am I missing? Casemiro and Varane. So who am I missing? Who's the one player I'm missing here? Who's played for Real and United? I'm just trying to think. Who have I missed? Because I've said Casemiro, I've said Varane. Oh! What's happened with Albon there? That's a very random corner to go wide at. He's gone very wide at turn 11 there. Quite odd. Or is that 12? It's 12 apparently. Oh my goodness, who else has played for United and Real? Who have I missed? Varane, Casemiro. I swear it's somebody who's at United now. I just need to think. Is it somebody that's at United now? Who have I missed? I said Reguilon. Carreras, Van Nistelrooy, Ronaldo, Cunningham, Owen, Beckham, Casemiro, Varane, Chicharito. Who am I missing from this list? I'm trying to think who I've missed. Di Maria I've said as well. Oh my goodness, who am I missing? Whoa, Antonelli's going for it. Here we go. Go on, Kimmy. Go on, Kimmy. Go on. Kimmy's actually on a fast one here, guys. Okay, no, he's 4-10 down on Leclerc. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Why are they all setting quick first sectors and then just like slowly getting slower in the middle and final sectors? They're sandbagging. That's what they're doing. They're going quick in the first sector just to tease, and then they're slowing down in the middle and final sectors because he's not going to improve here. Oh, he actually did set up a final sector. Why did he go slow in the middle sector? We were denied of a great final part of the lap there. Kimmy, come on. Entertain us! We are here to watch because we want to be entertained. Who am I missing from this list? Because Juan Mata doesn't count because he didn't play a game for the senior team. Carreras didn't play for one either, actually, but Guillermo Varela? No. Who has played for Man United and Real Madrid recently? Oh, Gabriel Heinz. Yes, I got all of them. I got all 12 of them, even though Carreras didn't actually play a game for United, so it's technically 11. But I digress. I got all 11 of them. Are you guys impressed? I hope you guys are, because I spent way too much time thinking about that. Yeah, I really need to touch grass more often. The fact that I know that off by heart is just sad. Also, Man United treble winner. I know this one really well too, because I know the entire 99 team, the starting 11. So you had Peter Schmeichel in goal. I already said Jaap Stam, Ronnie Onsen, and the backup centre back was Henning Berg. I don't know if David May was a backup centre back, was he? Yes, he was. Then you had Dennis Irwin at left back, Gary Neville at right back. Phil Neville was one of the backup players. Jordi Cruyff was a backup player as well. Jonathan Greening, I think, was too. Was Ronnie Wahlberg in that team? I don't think he was he? No, he wasn't. Then you had Wes Brown as well. He was there. I don't know, was John O'Shea in that team? I don't know if he was. Was he? No, he wasn't. Then the midfield, you had Nicky Butt, Paul Scholes, Roy Keane, Jesper Blomqvist, David Beckham, Ryan Giggs, then you got Ruud van Nistelrooy, not Ruud van Nistelrooy, Dwight York I should say, Andy Cole, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and Teddy Sheringham. And then in terms of players that won other trebles, Victor Valdez won the treble with Barcelona, and he played for United. And then did Schweinsteiger win it with Bayern? Yes, he did. And is there anybody else that won the treble that played for United? Did Arnold Murren win it with Ajax? No. Did Jesper Blomqvist win it with Ajax? No. Who have I missed? I've gotten most of them, to be fair. I honestly need to touch grass more often, guys. Like, I spend way too much time playing games like these. Honestly. Ravel Morrison played for Jamaica, didn't he? Yep. Americans, you've got Karowski. Mex, and then also Giuseppe. You've got Giuseppe Rossi and Tim Howard. Giuseppe. Oh no, because he played for Italy, didn't he? Giuseppe Rossi. Never mind. Tim Howard is American. Have United ever had a Canadian player? Well, Owen Hargreaves was originally from Canada. Oh, Owen Hargreaves might be there, is he? No, he isn't. Who else am I missing that's played for United, that's played for a North American country? See, there's gonna be a few Jamaican ones, like Deshaun Bernard will be there probably. Yeah, Deshaun Bernard. Oh, wait a minute, is he there? Okay, no, he isn't. Good. Yeah. So that's, I'll update what the timings are. There we go. Norris, Leclerc still top, Antonelli still third, Albon and Gasly still fourth and fifth, then Hadjar, Ocon, Alonso, Hulkenberg, and then Lundblad. Perez still hasn't come out on track yet. Checo, come on, we're waiting for you, son. We're waiting for you. Come on. Come on. We're still waiting for them to come back out on track. They're taking a while. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Just remembered PK. Touchdown brings me round again to find not the man you think I am at home. Oh, no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. Oh, Beckham treble winner. I've gotten most of them as well. And Marquinhos will be there, believe it or not. And so will Kingsley Coman, because he played with both of them at... Did he not play with Marquinhos at PSG? I thought he had. Oh, Gasly replay. Has he had a snap of oversteer in the exit? Yep. He did save it. See, the thing is, right? The cars may not be as quick, but drivers are still having loads of snaps of oversteer and things like that. Which just shows that even now it's still, you know, it's still tricky. It's still tricky for them. They're still having to be careful with how they're driving. Lawson's just playing American football out in the back. Dude is just vibing. they're all just having a good time right now. They're all just having a good time. All the guys who aren't driving are just having a real good time. Just having a bit of fun, bit of banter, you know, vibes. All those buzzwords. Yeah. I'm trying to think, who am I missing from this list of United and treble winner? And who am I missing from Beckham treble winner? Ooh. Most, I think those guys will probably have been at the guys that won the treble that played Beckham, most of them would have been at United. There would have been one or two from PSG and also AC Milan, maybe. I don't know. Did anybody at AC Milan win the treble? No. Okay. Anyway, right, we're gonna go back to this now. I was just doing a bit of stuff there, just because there's not really much going on out on track right now, but we got more activity now. Norris, Albon, Lundblad, Gasly out on track. Albon currently on a lap, 2.2 seconds down, but that Williams it looks interesting. I don't know if it's definitely not my favorite looking Williams, but it's definitely not the worst. Cough cough, toothpaste livery, cough cough. Thank goodness they didn't race with that, because that car looked ugly. It did not look nice at all. Just see if there's anything needing my attention on my phone. Apparently not. So there's Albon. He's done his lap, and Gasly still out on track as well. Still data collecting and keeping an eye on what is going on. I think I'm gonna get a snack, guys. I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna get a collection of snacks. I'm back with snacks because, yes, snacks. I like snacks. Snacks. Why'd it have to be snacks? To paraphrase Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones. Custard creams, chocolate bourbons. I know it's weird having these at 9 o'clock in the morning, but look, I had a very small breakfast, as you guys saw. If I got up at 5, maybe I'd have been alright, but I'm not getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. That gives me too much PTSD to college. Leclerc's still doing a lap. Aston Martin have found a problem with Alonso's, so I don't think he's going to be out for a while, which is not good news for him. Honestly, not much is really happening at the minute, guys. Like, we've got the timings, but nothing much is really going on. Only guys out on track at the moment are Lindblad. Actually, there's a few guys out on track, but none of them are really, like, going that quick. Oof. Yeah, they're saying a technical gremlin has stopped Aston Martin dead in their tracks, basically. So good luck to them on trying to get that fixed, because it's not looking great, because it's not looking good, Brev. It's not looking good. It's not looking good, Brev. It's not looking good. This is an interesting discussion. So they're talking about the reliability of the engines, and they're saying that Honda has the worst engine reliability. And so basically, what they're effectively saying is because Aston Martin are the only team to have Honda power units, they're basically screwed because they're not getting information from any other teams. Whereas Haas, for example, are fine because they've got Ferrari power units, and Ferrari power units have been fine, and they've also got other teams' data to look at to a degree on that side of things. So it's a very interesting point, and it's one that I didn't really think about. So good good analysis there from Julian Palmer to mention that, because it is a really interesting point that I haven't really thought about. So that is a very interesting point, because the thing is I mean, if it's going to be the same with Audi as well. Whereas, you know, Alpine, Williams, Mercedes, McLaren, they're all right. And so are Haas, Ferrari, and Cadillac. Whereas, you know, Audi, Aston Martin, and to a lesser degree Red Bull and Racing Bulls haven't got the same level of data, especially especially Audi and Ford, aka Red Bull, because they've not been in F1 in the last few years. Ollie Behrman's having a chat with a guy from Audi and one of his guys from Haas. He is a tall fella, Ollie Behrman. He's a big fella. He's a tall fella, that lad. He's a big fella. That fella's got some height on him. There's the Active Aero, which looks very cool to have a little look at. It reminds me of DRS, but it's not DRS, of course. They got rid of DRS. RIP DRS. You will probably not be missed. I don't know if that's the general consensus. There's Lando. Having a little look. I'm just having a little look at what the DRS page is saying. That is, I mean, the McLaren from the front and the back, it looks quite nice, but I'm not so sure about it from the sides. It's a little bit too black for me in terms of like cutting through the middle of the orange. Yeah, the torque of the F1 cars is mad now. There's more acceleration. What's his first sector time? It's going to be slow because he's not going super quick. But he's going... Yeah, 2.4 seconds. He's not going all that quick. What I'm going to do is... Okay, there we go. Right. Yeah, Norris is going very slow right now. He's like 8 seconds slower than Leclerc's lap. And so they've sort of abandoned showing his lap times at the moment. Yeah, Norris having number one now. Yeah. Not saying it's deserved, but yeah, he has it now. That's a fact. Whether he deserved it or not is a matter of opinion, not a matter of fact. And my perspective is that he doesn't deserve it, but that's just my opinion. There is Norris, and yeah, loads of snaps. There is a lot of torque in these machines. They may be slower overall, but the torque that they have, the acceleration is mental. It's nuts. Even the drivers are having to get used to it because it's so powerful, you know? There's a lot going on there. Leclerc is still out on track. There's Ocon. So currently out on track, Lindblad, Ocon, Antonelli, and Leclerc. So about a quarter of the field. Just less than half, but just over a quarter. They're all going really slow right now, so there really is not much to talk about. I mean, you could talk about last year, how things were last year for some drivers and teams. Ocon's in his second season at Haas, and he'll be hoping that he does better than last year. But I already talked about that a little bit. That's actually a good point. Is Atlanta this week? Yes. Oh no, is it? Yeah, Atlanta's this week. Cool. I'm just having a little look at what the NASCAR calendar is, and yeah, Atlanta's on this week, which is pretty good. Hang on. Yeah, that's a good point actually about Lindblad, because the thing is you want to be debuting when there is a new set of regulations, when nobody knows anything about the cars, whereas, see, the thing is though, because the drivers are saying it's complex, it means that they're all on the same page, which is that they're all going to have to learn this, and so it does mean that they're on a level playing field, from my perspective, anyway. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point, but I just think I think it's a good time for him, because the thing is because there's not any other, rookies, it makes it easier for him. But also, the other thing for me is that they're all on the same page. They have a lot of work to do, So I don't know if I entirely agree with that, but have a little look at here is Lindblad. Because, yeah, I mean, it's easier for Lindblad, because as I was saying, he is the only rookie on the grid, so he's got nobody to compare to. However, he does have last year to compare to, which is difficult, because there's some really, really good guys in there, a lot of whom he's raced with before, you know, in karting and in single-seater racing. So he has a lot to live up to in that regard, but I just think, you know, I don't think it's as bad as Palmer's saying. I don't know if I agree with him on that point. It is an interesting point, but I don't know if I entirely agree with it. Hang on, I'm going to have a look at something really quickly. Oh, Perez is about to come out, apparently. Yep, he's getting in the car. That's good to see. Sorry, I was just having a little look about that whole Washington, D.C. street race. Hello from Pakistan. Nice to see I've got an international audience, because it's very rare that I have people from outside of the UK or the US, or that I don't know anyway, who are here. So it's pretty good to see I've got an international audience. Currently watching F1 testing, and Audi are out on track at the moment with Hulkenberg. Perez is going to come out on track soon. Hopefully he is going to get some laps in finally, because we've been waiting a while for Perez to really get it onto the track and do anything, because it's, you know, been quite frustrating watching Cadillac just waiting for Cadillac to do something, because I think they've had issues this morning. However, it could be worse. It could be Aston Martin and be quite a bit on the back foot, having not got as much mileage in, and also having issues today, because at least Cadillac have got more laps in than Aston Martin. There's Hulkenberg with Audi. See, the difference with Audi and Cadillac is Audi are just an existing team. You know, they were Sauber beforehand, but now, you know, you have Cadillac who are just built from. I mean, I suppose you could argue, okay, yeah, there's some guys from TWG, but they've not been in F1 before. You know, they've been in other series. You know, they've been in IndyCar, but you know, they've not been in F1. So there's a big step up there for a lot of people. Yeah. Still got an hour and a half left. Hopefully we're going to get some more times in that are going to be a bit more representative. I don't know if I'll continue streaming afterwards. Where's Hamilton? So Hamilton is not out on track in the morning session. I don't know if he's out in the afternoon session, but he might be. Currently it's Leclerc that's out in the Ferrari, and then you've got Norris for McLaren, Antonelli for Mercedes, Albon for Williams, Alpine have Gasly out on track for them, Hadjar is driving for Red Bull, Ocon for Haas, Alonso for Aston Martin, Hulkenberg, who they're showing right now, for Audi, Lindblad for Racing Bulls, and Perez will hopefully soon be back out on track for Cadillac. So in the afternoon session, I don't know who's doing the afternoon session. I'll go and quickly check that. But as far as I am aware, there's going to be a few driver changes. A few drivers are going to be doing the whole day. I don't know who will be doing the whole day. Let me have a quick look at that for you. Here we go. So I think everybody is going to have different drivers. Yep. Apart from Red Bull. So only Hadjar is going to be in the morning and the afternoon. Everybody else is going to have a change. So Perez is going to come out and Bottas is going to come in. Then Gasly's going to come out and Colapinto's going to come in. Hulkenberg going to be out, and then Bortoleto in for him. Behrman will be in the afternoon for Ocon. Stroll for Alonso. Lawson for Lindblad. Sainz for Albon. Hamilton for Leclerc. Hadjar is going to stay in. And then Russell and Piastri. Your predictions for World Drivers' Championship. I'm going to say George Russell. I think George Russell. There's something about him. I think this season Mercedes are looking to be the quickest team, and I just think he is looking very good. He's been very impressive in the last couple of years, and I think that George has probably got the best odds out of anybody on the grid, to be honest, because if you look at the last time there was a massive engine change, Mercedes were on top in 2014, which was the turbo hybrid era. The second turbo hybrid era after the first one in the 80s. So I would say Russell. And then I'm probably going to say Verstappen and Leclerc. I don't know if McLaren are going to be as strong. And I still just think that no matter how fast, McLaren or Ferrari or Mercedes are, you cannot count out Max Verstappen, even if he's only in the fourth quickest car. I mean, just look at last year. Look at 2024. He was still getting incredible results, as Hulkenberg has a bit of a lockup. So, you never know, really, what's going to happen with F1 with 2026. I just think Russell's the favourite because I think Mercedes are very good when it comes to regulation changes with the engines. And I don't think Kimi's got the experience yet to beat George. He had a very good second half of last season, but I don't think he's got what it takes to beat him. And then in the constructors, I'm going to go and say Mercedes again. I think they'll just about pit Ferrari and McLaren. I think Hadjar will take a wee bit of time to get used to the Red Bull, so I'm not expecting them to be in the title fight. And I think the only way Red Bull win the title is if Verstappen wins by a country mile in the drivers, which is not going to happen, I don't think. Even though he is the best driver in Formula 1, I would say, by a country mile. I think the only drivers who are anywhere near him are Russell and Leclerc, to be honest. That's just my opinion, though, and I totally get if people disagree. Piastri and Russell, and Hamilton and Alonso are there. I just think Hamilton had a really poor year last season, and I don't think he's going to repeat that, to be honest. I think what I'll do is I don't know if I'll do the afternoon session or not, because I am, as you guys can see, I'm, already getting quite tired. I'll definitely stick around for the rest of the morning one, though. I don't know if I'll do the afternoon session. Here we go. Here comes Perez. Here we go. Perez is coming out on track finally for his run. Waiting. Still waiting for Cadillac to move. Perez. Come on, guys. Oh, they're taking their merry sweet time with this one. Why are they taking so long to do this, man? Why are they taking so long? This is annoying me. There we go. Finally, right. Perez is out of the pit lane. And he's on track. We've got a Cadillac on track. Finally. Finally, as I look into the sun. The shining light of Edinburgh. Perez is out on track. Finally, with that Ferrari power unit. First time he's driven a Ferrari power unit since 2012, believe it or not. I think. Is that right? I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. First time since 2012 because he's only driven Mercedes and Honda power units since then. So, in his first 2 seasons of F1, he had Ferrari. Then he had Mercedes for the next 8, 2013 to 2020. And then he had Honda for the last few years. So, this will be interesting because he hasn't driven the Ferrari power unit, whereas Bottas has. I know there's not really going to be much of a difference, but you know, there'll still be some things from the Ferrari power unit which have continued over from the turbo hybrid era. So I think that there'll be some things where Bottas is like, okay, yeah, I'm familiar with this part of it, but even then, you know, it's still a step into the unknown for both of them. You know, with a new team that they've never driven for before. Of course, I know some of the people that are involved in the program, and they'll know people who are, you know, leaders of the program, but they won't know the car, they won't know the engine. And here we go, Perez is finally going to embark on a lap of the Bahrain International Circuit. So here we are going down the back straight, the front straight, and towards turn 1. Michael Schumacher, I think it's the only corner on the track that's actually named. And I don't know if he is going to go on a fast lap or not. But he is just sort of dawdling, I think, a little bit. So I'm not expecting him to go very, very fast. To be fair, it is his first time out on the track in a while. So he's coming through turn 4 now. And he is sort of taking his time. Ran a little bit wide there, but he's alright. Of course, it's going to be personal best through the entire lap because he's not actually done a lap of the circuit yet. But right now, it's just getting used to the circuit, getting used to the car again because he hasn't really done very many laps. And I think that hopefully he's going to be able to adjust really well, and he'll be able to set some times which are a little bit more on the competitive side once he's gotten used to the circuit. But currently only he, Norris and Albon and Hulkenberg are on the circuit. So 2 of the new teams plus Albon and Norris. Of course, Williams rebranding with that lovely logo. And then McLaren are just the same in it. Perez is probably going to set a time that's about 10 seconds slower than anybody else at the moment. But you got to remember, this is just an out lap, basically. This is basically just race runs. And getting used to the circuit, I suppose. But hopefully this Cadillac program isn't going to fail. I don't think it will, because, you know, it's got serious funding behind it. Hopefully it's not another Toyota or BMW or BMW, I should say. See, it's weird because if you say BMW, people are like, oh yeah. If I say BMW, they're like, what the is that? What's that? You know? That's the German way to pronounce it. Bayerische Motoreienwerk. That's how you pronounce it. BMW. That's how you pronounce BMW. It means Bavarian Motorworks. Bayerische Motoreienwerk. Could you tell I'm part German? Probably not. Only my surname would give away that I'm part German. Like, I'm Scottish. Like, you can tell I'm Scottish, obviously, because of the accent. Don't know about Irish. You probably couldn't tell I'm Irish either. You can tell I'm Scottish, though. Like, I just look Scottish and I sound Scottish. Okay, yeah, actually, this is a good time to have a look at the laps done. So, the big winners are Racing Bulls at 51 laps. And then you have got, after that, Ferrari and McLaren and Mercedes with 43 and then 41 for both of them. Haas have gotten 39 done. And then right at the bottom, you've got Cadillac and Red Bull, who've got 5 and 13. Then Alonso's Aston Martin on 28. Albon on 32. Then Gasly on 33 for Williams and then Alpine. And then Audi on 36. And Haas on 39. So big losers are Cadillac, Red Bull, and you would say to a lesser degree Aston Martin. Oh, apparently Antonelli's gone straight on. Yep, Antonelli's gone straight on at turn 1. Seems that any time I turn my my back on the live session, something happens. Because I'm looking at the live timing right now. Leclerc's now got 43 laps on the board. The big winner would be Ferrari, but most importantly, Racing Bulls, because they've got 51 laps in. So if you want to know what the laps are per power unit, you have got 64 for Ford, 51 for Racing Bulls, 13 for Red Bull. You have got 43, 82, 87 for Ferrari, with Leclerc having 43 for the senior team, then Ocon having 39 and Perez having 5. Then Audi have 36 with Hulkenberg, and then Honda only 28 with Alonso. And then Mercedes have gotten in 100 and, I'm trying to do some math here, 116 laps, 41 each with the McLaren and, oh wait, hang on, no, it's not that, sorry. It's not 116. It's actually 149 because McLaren have got 41, Mercedes have got 41, Williams have got 33, and Alpine have got 34. So that's a bit of an update on the laps completed for you guys. Currently, Perez is just getting more and more laps in. Haas are going to come back out on track with Esteban Ocon. I think that you're going to see a lot of Perez on track in the next hour or so, because they're going to be trying to catch up on mileage. Sorry, I'm quite tired because I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning, so I've been up for almost 4 hours now, and it's 10 o'clock in the morning here in here in the UK, so I'm quite tired here in Scotland. Norris and Albon and Antonelli are still the only drivers within a second of Leclerc's time. None of them in the 133s apart from Charles Leclerc. Ocon out on a lap. Perez still circulating, just getting more data and information in. So I don't think we're really going to get all too much in the way of data right now. But hopefully there will be something. Not data, sorry. Actual lap times. We're going to get plenty of data, but we're not going to get a heck of a lot of lap times at the moment. Just having a look at people's Instagram stories. Here comes Perez across the line. And he does have a slight improvement, I'm pretty sure, in his lap time. Although I'm not actually sure about that. Has he improved? I don't know if he has. It shows that he has, but I don't think he has. It's weird. Some of the timings were really weird last week. They weren't working properly. Here's the Haas coming around the final corner to start a lap, I think. Yep, he's not coming into the pits anyway, so that means he's starting a lap. I don't know if he's going to actually be going for it or not, though, so be precautious about this. See, the thing is never get your hopes up when it comes to testing. You might be like, oh my goodness, they look like they're going to go really quick, and then they go really slow, and you're like, oh gosh, yep, never mind, there's another lap that they're doing nothing on. But when you're Perez, I mean, you do not want to be risking things. You want to be going easy and getting information. You know, you don't want to be overstepping boundaries and going too quick. Hadjar, there's really nothing going on in there right now. There ain't much. Max is just chilling. Hadjar was looking for the camera there. He was like, oh, hi guys. Yeah, him and Max, I think it is, are just chatting about the car. But the Red Bull only got 13 laps in. However, the Racing Bulls got 54, so that will help them out a little bit. Kimi had a little spin almost there. He went a bit deep into turn 10, and he had a massive, massive moment a massive snap of oversteer on the curb. And that's the problem when you're going into corners like that. You know, if you brake just a few yards too late, you've basically screwed your whole lap up, because either you go in and you go in too slow and you've got no momentum, or you go in too fast and you've completely screwed your exit, basically. Wow. Hadjar's only got 13 laps in, and he has been in the car in an hour and a half. Apparently they're flushing the cooling through the radiator system. I don't know what that means, but... So they're trying to cool the car down. This is so funny that there's a bit of green liquid, right? And it's right next to this guy's leg, and he's got a massive tattoo. And I was like, why are they zooming in on this dude's tattoo? And then I was like, oh, wait, no, there's a bucket there. And he literally moved his leg because he knew the cameras were looking at it. And he was like, oh. That's actually quite funny, to be fair. So yeah, basically Red Bull have got a cooling issue, which means that Hadjar is not going to get on track right at this minute. And Alonso's also got an issue with his engine, which means that he is not either. However, out on track at the moment are Perez, Ocon, Gasly, Antonelli, and Norris. Norris has just completed yet another lap, and I think he's going to surpass Leclerc soon. Yep, he has now surpassed Leclerc with the laps completed, although he still has got less than Lindblad, who's got 51 in. Perez is soon going to pass Hadjar for laps completed, and Leclerc is about to come back out on track because he's got his helmet and his suit on, so it looks like he's about to get in, and he's going to continue doing some laps. Antonelli's now got 44 on the board, so the big three at the top are getting some very good mileage in. They've gotten over 130 laps in combined, which is quite impressive for the morning session. And they're showing a replay now of Leclerc's lap. He had a massive snap of oversteer. He had a bit of oversteer on his lap, and he still went top by 0.3. He was going for it a little bit more, I think, than some of the others were, though, so he's not sandbagging as much. Yeah. So it's good to see Leclerc's actually going for it. Gasly's on his lap, and he's not going for it because he's only just gone into turn 4 now, and he's already behind on Leclerc's lap. So he's like 4.5 seconds down on Leclerc's first sector. But it's nice to see the cars out on track. I mean, the Alpine's the ugliest livery for me, but it's not that bad compared to some other ones we've had over the years. I don't know if it's worse than the Sauber. It probably is as bad as that in a lot of ways. But there's been uglier liveries. Like, I think the toothpaste one, the Williams one, was so bad. And then you had the Haas Russian propaganda one. Yeah, there's a bit of he's had quite a bit of over and understeer on that lap as Leclerc, but he's still gone top. See, this is what I mean, there's loads of time still to find, you know. These guys are going to be in the 32s, I think, when they get to Bahrain in April time. So, I just think you can't really read into lap times too much. Like, you can look at this. You can look at how many laps have been done by each team. That's valuable. The rest, probably not as much. Perez is only 2 laps away from getting more laps in, or same amount of laps as Hadjar. He's going to pass Hadjar on laps soon. which is crazy because he's missed 2.5 hours of the session. But Hadjar's only been out for about an hour or so, on and off. So, whereas we've got about an hour left of the morning session, and Leclerc's still top ahead of Norris, Antonelli, and then Albon, Gasly, Hadjar, Ocon, Alonso, Hulkenberg, Lindblad, and Perez. But we're not expecting Perez to really be setting quick times at the moment. It's more so just him getting familiar with the track. Apparently, they're saying Mercedes are holding something back because of gear ratios, I think it was I heard there. Now that is interesting because I think we can all agree that usually Mercedes are sandbagging their actual pace. However, in the last few years, it's not been sandbagging. They've just genuinely been slow. I mean, there's no point in sandbagging if you've got nothing to sandbag. So it's kind of it's difficult because you can't tell if they're playing a poker face or not. You know, Russian roulette is not the same without a gun. So you can't tell if they actually are quick or slow, really, because if they're sandbagging, it's because they got pace to show, and if they're not sandbagging, then they're just slow. So compared to what they're expecting anyway, because the thing is, right, with an F1 team, right, they're always gonna be either fast or slow in their eyes. They're not gonna be in the middle. They're not gonna be happy with being in the middle. You know, they're either gonna be slow or they're gonna be fast. There's not gonna be an in between there with what their expectations are. And so if in their eyes they are going really, really well, and they think they can go really, really fast, then they're gonna sandbag, obviously. Oh, big lock up there for Lando Norris there at turn 10, and that is his front left tire flat spotted now, and that is gonna need a lot of massaging for it to ever recover. And then let's have a look at this. He's had a little bit of a slip there through that turn. Are we going to get an overtake here? Go on. Oh, he didn't. He didn't go for it. Dang it. He should have gone for the overtake on Ocon there. I bet you he was going on this radio going, oh, this has blocked me on my lap. And then he remembered, oh yeah, we're in testing. I think he considered it, and he was like, oh wait, I've just remembered I'm in testing. I'm not going to go for that move, otherwise I'm going to have to be paying about £3 million in damage to Haas and to McLaren. And I am not doing that. Again, Perez is just silently going about his business. He's now got the same amount of laps in as Hadjar, and soon he'll have more. So actually, this morning's been more valuable for Cadillac than it has for Red Bull. Although you could argue that the Racing Bulls data, since they're owned by the same people, essentially is basically Red Bull data. And so he would need to get in about like 67 laps or so, 65 laps. Cadillac would need to get 65 laps and to actually have the same amount of data as Red Bull. But if they keep going at this rate, they'll have more than Aston Martin. Whoa! Big lock up there from Lando Norris. Oh gosh, that's gonna. I bet you right now that'd be smelling bad. Lots and lots of smoke there. We've got an hour left of the morning session. My voice is slowly deteriorating, which is why they rotate commentators every few hours. I don't know how people can stream for like 11 hours and just be fine. Like, honestly, it's ridiculous. Here's the replay of Norris. To be fair, I've got a bit of a cold at the moment. So, To be fair, it looked like he was going towards the weighbridge. Julian Palmer saying, "Oh, the weighbridge was miles away." He was fine because he thought he was near the weighbridge, but maybe he was just testing if the brakes were working all right. That was quite a big. Honestly, Lando loves the show. Lando loves making a show. He loves it. I don't know why. But yeah, there you go. The lap times have come up on screen again. Perez has now got 15 laps in, which is more than Red Bull have got, which is again quite crazy to think about. But he has, considering how long we were waiting for the Cadillac to come on track. The fact that he's got more laps in now is wild. On track right now, Perez, Lindblad, Ocon, Albon, and Leclerc. Leclerc starting another lap. They're talking about Raikkonen's foray into Old Interlagos in 2012. Don't know how they got around to that topic, but they did. This is looking like a quick lap from Leclerc. Okay, maybe not. A second slower than his previous best. So, not really quick, but he's going around at a decent pace. It isn't qualifying, but it is probably race pace currently. He's on a new set as well, so good for him. Another set of tires getting used, another piece of data getting covered for the Ferrari team. I'm thinking as Ferrari have looked decent in testing this season, but you can never be sure. I remember 2019, everybody was like, "Oh, Ferrari, the quickest. Ferrari are going to win the championship this year." And then Mercedes went and won like 6 of the first 7 races and dominated most of the season. Verstappen got like 3 wins, and then Ferrari got 3 as well. Like 1 with 7, 2 with Charles Leclerc. And then Max won Austria. Where else did Max win again? He won Austria. Where else did Max win in 2019? Germany was one, and Brazil was the other. Those are the 3 races he won that year. And then Mercedes won the rest of the races with Bottas and Hamilton. Hamilton won most of them, obviously. But the period of Hamilton dominance has ended, and it's been ended for 4 years now, which is quite crazy to think about, because I remember when he was dominating. And then you had the Max era. And then you briefly had what was a McLaren. It wasn't an era, but a couple of years where they were really, really dominant. Really, for me, an era needs to be like 3 or more years, to be honest, in Formula One. And it was 2 years, probably more so a year and a half, where McLaren were just really, really quick. That's come to an end at the moment in terms of them being quicker than anybody else, because I don't know if they are quicker than anybody else at the moment. I would say they're not. I think Mercedes are quicker than them at the moment, and I would say Ferrari are on foot with them. Red Bull aren't far away, but I don't think McLaren are going to be as quick this season as they were last season. And so that's why I think Russell's going to win the championship this year. But there's Hülkenberg coming around the final corner, and he's about to start another lap. We have only got 1 hour to go, so we are 75% of the way through this session. And Leclerc still on top with a 1:33.7. Then you have Norris, Antonelli, and Albon within 2 seconds of him. Hülkenberg starting another lap of the Bahrain circuit. I bet you the drivers are probably sick to death of this circuit by the time they get to the end of this week, because they have done hundreds, if not close to, they've done hundreds of laps of this circuit, in the last week or so. So they're probably fed up of it. Like, if they spent another week here, they'd be doing at least 1,000 laps of that circuit, of the circuit. You know, it must get really, 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 really boring for them. Then again, they're driving a Formula One car. You know, they're pursuing their dream. I'm sure. You know, they're just. Because the thing is, they get used to it. I suppose they get used to the fact that, oh, I'm driving. You know, I'm looking forward to it. But also, you know, oh, it's another preseason test. Oh, I just want to get out there. I love that one Verstappen quote about the red carpet where he was like, I'll go and get the quote up. I'm trying to find what his quote was. Where is his quote? I'm looking for what his quote was. No, I'm looking for... Yeah, here's what he said. He said, I don't feel the need to always be in front of the cameras. I'm not the type who enjoys being on the red carpet. I don't need to hang around with famous people who are invited. I'm not made that way. I don't want to be there in a suit and tie pretending to be important. At the end of the day, we all in the same toilet. So I totally get that, and I actually agree with him. That's not really my thing either. I am at heart an antisocial person, which is quite funny because I'm a journalist. You know, you think journalists need to be very sociable, but I am very antisocial, especially when it comes to things that I'm not interested in, like red carpet events and things like that. That's not really my thing. If it was something talking about football or motorsport, I'd probably be more interested. But even then, you know, I'm very introverted. I'm very quiet. You know, I'm not really a sociable person, believe it or not. Contrary to what some people say about me, from my perspective, I'm quite introverted, in a lot of different things. Is the window open? I was gonna say I'm feeling quite cold, so I'm gonna close the window because I'm quite cold right now. You can probably see it in my arms. We've got just under an hour left. Gasly still going around, and I think he's probably gotten a fair bit of laps in now. Yep, 41 he's got now, so he's just passed Albon for the total of laps done. Perez has got 17 in the bag now. I don't know if he's still out on track because it doesn't actually say. I don't think he is. Currently on track are Leclerc, Antonelli, Albon, Gasly, Ocon, Hulkenberg, and Lindblad. So Perez has come in, but he's done 14 laps on that 15 laps on that stint, which was really, really good. It does say that he's 7 seconds down, but you got to remember that is pretty meaningless at the moment. There's a replay of Gasly at turn 1. Is it a lockup? Answer no, but he did have a big snap of oversteer there. He did recover it very, very well. But the thing is their reaction times, they need to be on absolute point. Otherwise they're not gonna be able to react, and they just bin it, you know. 56 minutes to go of the opening hour of day 4 of testing. See, it says day 1, but that's day 1 of the open test. It's day 4 really of F1 testing in Bahrain. They've had more days than that, but they haven't shown anything in Catalonia. That was more of a shakedown. This is the proper test where all the teams are here, and they're all having to get some mileage in and get as much data and information as possible ahead of the 2026 season. Leclerc, Gasly, Ocon, Hulkenberg, and Lindblad out on track at the moment. Lindblad on an outlap. So there was a sensor issue with Cadillac. Hadjar's gone a whole football match without appearing. So for any of the Hadjar fans, you could have watched a football match while you were waiting for him to come out on track. He still hasn't appeared, so you might be able to watch extra time and penalties as well while you're at it. Although because Hadjar is French, I'm sure they don't want to look at the 2022 World Cup final. It was robbed. It was rigged for Messi. It was rigged for Messi. It was rigged for Messi. Why do you think it was rigged? Are you a Ronaldo fanboy? Albon in the pits again. So Leclerc, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Ocon and Lindblad out on the track. They're gonna put some new tires on Albon's car, but I think they'll look at some of the data first, because what they tend to do is they tend to go for the run, come in, look at the data, debrief, say, okay, now we're gonna do this, and then they get ready to go out on track, and then they go out on track. That's what they tend to do with these things. However, sometimes there's issues like we've seen with Hadjar, with Alonso, and with Perez, and so running has been limited. Lindblad is continuing around, and I think he's gonna extend his lead in terms of laps done. Oh wait, no, he's not in the lead anymore. Antonelli's now in the lead, so Antonelli's now got the most laps. Oh wait, no, Lindblad's still got the most laps, 58. I thought he had less. Nope, never mind, he does have more. So Lindblad's got 58 laps, and then you've got Antonelli on 53, Leclerc on 50, Norris on 49, and then Gasly on 42, Albon and Hulkenberg. Oh wait, no, I've missed Ocon, sorry. So it's Lindblad, Antonelli, Ocon on 51, then Leclerc on 50, Norris on 49, then Gasly on 42, Albon and Hulkenberg on 41, then Alonso on 28, Perez on 17, and then Hadjar on 13. So that's what it's looking like at the moment. I just realised the audio's gotten a bit glitched, so I'm gonna have to come out and come back in again of my Sky stream, because the thing is it went all glitchy. There we go, right. So now the audio is working properly again, because it wasn't working for a little bit. I could hear Julian Palmer speaking twice at the same time, which gave me a bit of whiplash. Whiplash, girl child in the dark. That's the Velvet Underground song, Venus and Furs. There's a replay of Lindblad, who has got the most laps in, and it makes sense for him to have the most laps, because he's the one who needs, to adjust the most out of anybody else. And also because Ford are the ones who need to adjust more than anybody else, apart from Audi, maybe. Because Cadillac have got Ferrari power units, so they're okay on that front. But also, obviously, they need to get more laps in. But Lindblad especially, because he's a rookie, He's the only rookie on the grid. He's got very little experience of driving F1 cars. I think he's maybe done a couple of test sessions. Let me go and find this information. Bear with me a momentum, guys. I'm just having a look and seeing what Lindblad has done in terms of F1. So he has done, I think, so he's done 3 practice sessions. The British Grand Prix, the Mexican Grand Prix, and in Abu Dhabi last year. So he's not that experienced when it comes to F1. He's done 3 test sessions, 3 practice sessions, and then obviously all the preseason tests and shakedowns. So he's got a lot of catching up to do. To be fair, he's never gonna have more F1 experience than Fernando Alonso. That I don't think there's gonna be very many people who ever match Alonso in terms of how many races he's done. I mean, Alonso won 2 championships before Lindblad was even born. So Lindblad's only a month older than me, by the way. I feel like I'm hitting Unk status. Freddie Slater's going to be on the F1 grid in the next like 2 years, and so I'm losing my mind a bit over that. I'm sorry, but it's true. Like I'm just thinking, oh my gosh, there's guys in F3 that are younger than me. I don't know is there anybody in F2 this year that's younger than me? There probably is, actually. I'm thinking about it now, and I'm like, oh my god, there's probably people in F2 that are younger than me. Hang on. Oh wait, no, I think I'm okay, am I? Wait, hang on, how old is Emil Jr.? Okay, Emil Jr.'s older than me. Okay, good. I think I'm okay then. I think I'm okay, just about. There's nobody there that's younger than me. F3 though. F3. Oh man, I'm an unk. Like, Freddie Slater's like younger than me. Ugo Ugochukwu, I'm pretty sure, is younger than. Oh no, Ugochukwu is older than me. Okay, good. Rivera, I think's older than. Oh no, Rivera's younger than me. Frick. DePalo's younger than me. Slater's younger than me. I think Kolnagi's younger than me. Tappanen's older than me, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Justy's older than me. Kato, I think, is a little bit older than me. Oh no, he's younger than me. Glach is younger than me. Kanato Lee is older than me. Yamakoshi's probably older than me, I think. Yeah. Deligny's older than me as well, I think. Oh no, he's not. Deligny's younger than me. Oh my goodness. See, this is the problem. I'm looking through this and I'm like, oh my goodness, why is so many people here younger than me? Claro, I think, is younger than me. No, he's older than me. Brando Badoer is older than me. I know that. Christian Ho is definitely older than me as well. By like a good year, I was gonna say. Sharp and Wharton are older than me. Garfias is older than me. Is McLaughlin older than me? No, he's not. McLaughlin's younger than me. And then I think everybody else is older than me after that. Like, I feel so old because I'm looking at the F3 grid and I'm like, oh my gosh, like half the drivers are younger than me, So I've still got time though. Lindblad's older than me by a month, so I've still got a little bit of time on my hands. Slater's gonna be an F1 though soon, and I'm like, oh no. There's Freddie Slater is 100% gonna be the first driver who is like younger than me that's racing in F1. Because thankfully Arvid Lindblad is like a month older than me exactly. Arvid. I'm listening to what he's saying about what Julian Palmer's saying about Alpine. Alpine have basically binned off 2025, and they had a terrible season. But I still don't think they're gonna be very quick. I just think as long as Flavio's running the team, they're basically just not destined to be poor. Because Flavio's management style doesn't fit modern F1, unfortunately. I just don't think they're gonna be quick. I just can't see them being quick, to be honest. But I do think Gasly, he'll have a better year than he did last year. Same with Colapinto, but they're not going to be much better. I still think them and Aston Martin are probably going to be the slowest two teams on the grid. Which is unfortunate, but it's probably true. So let's have a look at times now. Lindblad 58 And then laps, I should say, laps completed. Then Leclerc on 50, Norris, Ocon's on 51 actually. So is Antonelli's on 53, Ocon on 51, Leclerc on 50, Norris on 49. Gasly's still on 42, Albon and Hulkenberg still on 41. Hadjar's still got the least with 13. He's not been out on track in about nearly 2 hours now. So it's been a while since he's been out on track. Alonso's not been out on track in about an hour and a half, I would guess. But Hulkenberg, Lindblad have been out on track a little bit. Leclerc, well, Lindblad quite a lot. Leclerc's been out on track quite a lot. Gasly has been on the track a wee while. Ups and downs, same with Hulkenberg. But one thing is constant, and that is always constant, and that's Arvid Lindblad being out on the circuit. I mean, in 3 hours and 16 minutes, he's completed 56 laps. I think it was 58 laps he's completed. So he is, if he stays out on track for just a couple more minutes, he will be in the 60 lap range, which is pretty impressive. Ocon is in the pits again, and they're having a little look. Wait a minute, what's the meme with Sam Collins? Because I saw like a screen grab of it, but I didn't actually catch it. Hang on. Oh, he was watching the revs of he was watching Hamilton's revs and he was shocked at how long he was revving for. Is that what it was? Is it this one? Oh, I'm not gonna sign in on my Instagram on here. Tell you what, I'm gonna like look it up on my phone because this does look quite funny. Let's have a little look. Where is it? Okay, how about... Wait, what was the name of the account? Hang on.
The start sequence changed for the 2026 racing season, but that apparently has been blocked by Nisty. Ferrari, who don't have to rev the car for as long. Let's have a look.
His reaction there was like, oh my gosh. Why are they revving for so long? I've just finally seen that clip, and yeah, that is actually quite funny. It's not as funny as I thought it was going to be, but was still rather amusing, let's say. Quite entertaining. Got a little giggle out of me, but I didn't get much else from me apart from that. Right, let's see. I'm trying to see how far I can make this microphone go without needing an extension cable. There we go. I am currently just like absolutely vibing. There we go. Right, what's happening now? Let's have a look. So, Alpine and Gasly still on track. Lindblad's about to hit 60. Oh, yeah, he has hit 60 now. He's about to hit. He's done 67 laps. Oh, why have I done that? Why have I done that? Why does it say he's done 67 laps, but then the live timing says he's done 58? I'm so confused right now. It's so confusing sometimes to be a girl. Girl. How do you feel being a girl? Man, I don't know, I'm just a girl. Yeah, I don't know if you like me. I honestly think you might hate me. I don't remember the rest of it. But yeah, it said that Lindblad had done 58 laps on that, but it said he's done 67 on that. Again, so confusing. Well, honestly, I was speechless when I woke up to your voice note. I actually went to see her live. Lord, love Lord. Love Lord. Lord is love, Lord is life. Her music is so good though. Leclerc is in the pits. So why do we run to the ones we do? I don't belong to anyone. Ooh. David, great song. Last track on Virgin. Yep, there he is. There's Lawson. Lawson's just like vibing on the top of the tower, and he's just watching the cars go by. Oh yeah, he's the reason he's at turn 10 is because he's waiting for somebody to bin it in front of him. That's actually quite, yeah. Oh, is it gonna be his teammate? No. It would have been funny. It would have been funny if Lindblad had just like completely lost it in front of his teammate. There is the Mercedes, Kimi Antonelli. 4 tenths down on Charles Leclerc's time, as it says there. 38 minutes to go the morning session, and not really much else is happening currently. However, you never know. Something might come up. Something might come up. Maybe right towards the end of the session. I'm trying to will this into existence. Maybe right at the end of the session, one team will just go, screw it, we'll set a quick time. I'm trying to will that into existence. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Do you know what me saying no reminds me of in the context of not? There's a funny clip of a football manager from Scotland called Mark Fotheringham, Fozzie. He's from Dundee, but yeah, he sounds German sometimes when he speaks. And there's a clip of him, and he's like, "If you're not training 3 out of the 5 days with intensity, you're not gonna be in my squad." And it's so funny. Boys, if you're not training with intensity 3 of the 5 days, you're not gonna be in my squad. You're not gonna be in my team. So funny. I'll see if I can. I just want to read it out. Mark Fotheringham, intensity. That's it here. I found it. If you're not training with intensity 3 out of the 5 days, you're not gonna be in my. It's so funny. The clip of him. He's a Celtic assistant, one of the Celtic assistant managers currently. Fozzie. Legend. Currently Antonelli's just going around the track, circulating. There's only 2 guys out on track right now, and I'm like, oh my god, you know. Antonelli's he's on a quick lap here actually. He's only 8 tenths down, which is pretty good considering. Or is that 9? I can't tell because my screen's gone all blurry. Of course, the one time a driver's setting a time that's within a second, it goes blurry. Okay, now it's okay again, but I don't know how far down he is. Is he 8/10 down? Is he 9/10 down? I don't know. I don't know. And he's coming into the pits. Of course he has. Why is everybody in the pits now? Ah. Hang on a second. This is literally me right now, guys. This is literally me. I'm literally just like this. Someone do something! Do something! Somebody crash! Somebody do something! You know, somebody do something! The only person who's on track right now is Ocon. Like, come on! Somebody do something! You know? I'm not saying somebody crash, you know. I'm just saying somebody set a quick time. Come on, there's only one person out on track and it's Ocon right now. This is so boring! Come on, guys. Somebody do something. Somebody come out on track. Please. Please. Just hurry up. Come on. Come out on track. Come out on track. Yes, Antonelli's come back out. Right, good. Right, Ocon's out on track. Antonelli's back out on track. Please, guys, just do something. Set a quick time. Or lock the brakes up a couple times. I don't know. Do something entertaining. Like, I'm literally just sitting like this right now, like, guys, please, do something, please, please, honestly, please, guys, please, do something. So there's Ocon coming around now to start a lap, and please, don't tell me he's coming into the pits. Please don't come into the pits. He's going to come into the pits, isn't he? No, he's not. Yes, he's not coming into the pits. We're actually going to get a lap here from Ocon. It's not going to be a quick one, though. Dude is just, you know, he's just circulating. We've got half an hour to go. And I think all fans are probably like, we really can't have, like, any action right now. I don't think I'll do the afternoon session, but I'll definitely do the morning session. I think I'll probably do afternoon session tomorrow. Actually, no, I'll probably do morning. Do I do morning or do I do afternoon? I'm not sure. But, hello. Not much is really happening right now. But you're welcome to join. Currently, Ocon's out on track, and he is on his 52nd lap of the circuit. So he's almost on a full race distance. In terms of guys that have done a full race distance, Arvid Lindblad is the only one to have done that, with just over half an hour to go of the morning session here in Bahrain. Well, I'm not in Bahrain, I'm in Edinburgh, but let's pretend I am in Bahrain, shall we? Because it's a heck of a lot sunnier there, heck of a lot warmer, and also there's F1 cars. Broom broom. He's on his lap and he's 3 seconds down, so yeah. Lindblad's out on track now as well, so is Gasly, which is good. So is Albon. Everybody's coming out on track now. Woo! Woo! Yay! I mean, I don't think we're going to see Alonso and Hadjar again, but we might see Hulkenberg, Perez, and Leclerc. Well, we probably will. We'll definitely see Leclerc again because he's not got any issues as far as I'm aware. And I don't think there's any problems with Hulkenberg. So, right, I'm going to see if I can find... I have this, I had this in my head, and I have to show you guys it. It's so funny. There's a video, and it's so iconic. I'm gonna get copyrighted for it, but guess what? I do not care, because this video is too damn funny to not show you guys. And since nothing's happening right now, I might as well show you guys it. It is the, hang on. See, I'm trying to figure out. Right, hang on. Is it that one? This video is so iconic. Like, it's just so iconic.
Hi, Vanessa. Dad, what are you doing? Well, I'll be honest, I don't really understand, but I fell down. So now I got glue on my hands and I got records on my fingers. It's on my fingers, I got records on my fingers, and I just can't stop. I can't stop, I got a platypus controlling me. I got a platypus controlling me. Now let me sum it up. This is a strange set of circumstances. I'm thinking I got glue on my hands, now I got records on my fingers, and I just can't stop. Well, I would if I was able. There's a platypus controlling me. He's underneath the table.
Platypus is a metaphor for whatever's keeping you down. Like corporations are a platypus. My teacher is a panda.
You just build up that experience to know that if there's a hunt for
So good, so funny, honestly. Like I just love that clip so much. I don't even I have the funny thing is I don't listen to rap music usually. I don't listen to Kendrick Lamar very much. I say very much. I've never listened to him apart from like when I saw his clip, like his video of him at the Super Bowl. And I haven't really watched Phineas and Ferb too much either. It's just a funny meme, okay? It's a funny meme. Like, and there's nothing wrong with finding a meme funny, and I just realized there we go. Like, it's funny. It's just a funny meme, you know? And we don't see enough of that on the internet these days. It's all depressing. You know, oh, this person's been shot by this person, and this person's been stabbed by this person, and just have some memes. Some nice, lovely, beautiful memes. He does a lot of dumb stuff, you know, like memes. That's another one. When Laserbeam paid a $5, paid a guy on Fiverr to say, subscribe to Laserbeam. He's super awesome and cool. And, you know, he does a lot of dumb stuff, you know, like memes. He doesn't know how to say memes. Perez is on track again with 25 or so minutes to go. I was just guessing. I wasn't even looking at the clock. It was 28 minutes to go. But now everybody... Not everybody. Just over half of the grid is out on track at the moment, which is quite cool. Question is this Perez actually going to put in a proper time this time, or is he just going to keep doing the simulation runs? We'll see, but it's going to be interesting to see how Cadillac do get on in 2026. I don't think there's very much expectation for them this season, because it's their first year, and so people are like, okay, if they can score the odd point, then sure, they'll be doing alright. But 27 minutes to go. Here comes Perez, so he's about to start a lap. He's not coming into the pits. Top 5 are still out on track as well. And there he goes. He is away on a lap. I don't know if it's going to be a fast one or not, but they've got the timer up for him. So let's see how he gets on. I am probably barely on the screen, am I? Oh no, I'm still on the screen. But here we go. Here is Perez. I don't think he's really going to go for it that hard. But let's see. Actually, yeah, he's going for it modestly. He's not like going super fast, but he's still going for a little bit more than he was earlier. He's 9/10 down on Leclerc in the first sector. So as it stands, he's on for probably about 9th or 10th. He's currently 11th because there's only 11 cars in session, because of course in each session there's only one driver per team who is going to compete in these test sessions, in these tests. Just to make it fair, there's only one driver per team. And in the afternoon session, everybody except Hadjar is going to be swapped for the other driver. Hadjar is going to do the whole day, However, he has not been out on track in over 2 hours because of a sensor issue. I think it was a sensor issue. No, it was a cooling issue, sorry. It was a sensor issue with Perez, and then Alonso's had an engine issue. Perez is looking quite quick here. He is going to improve by the look of things. And he's coming out of the final corner right now. Let's see where he goes. And he goes all over the curb, which is going to harm his time. Now he's probably set a lap. Or has he? No, not really. He's still like 4 seconds down. Huh, I didn't realize the guys who own Chelsea actually own part of Andretti as well, which is quite cool. And then obviously Red Bull are involved with Leeds. So, yeah, there's a few different things. Not Andretti, sorry, Cadillac, I should say. Well, Andretti and Cadillac, really. Because there's a guy who owns TWG, who also owns Blue Co. Mark Walter. He owns 12.7% of Strasbourg and Chelsea, and is the CEO and chairman of TWG, who own Andretti and Cadillac's F1 team. Anyway, 22 minutes to go here. Perez has done a few more laps and he's come back in again. So, why isn't it updated? See, it's not updated the... Is it updated now? No, the times haven't updated. That's really weird. There's an issue with the timing, guys. So currently this data basically means nothing, because it's just choosing not to work and show what the actual timing is. Because the thing is, look, he's 7 seconds slower, but he's not. He's 4. So guys, the timing on your screen isn't in sync. That's a key point that I need to make for you guys. We've got 20 minutes left of the first part, and then I will not be back in the afternoon because I'm gonna have a lie down after this, because it's a lot of work, you know, covering all this. Antonelli on a lap right now. He's not going that quick. He's 1.2 down on Leclerc at the moment. $19 to go. Antonelli just about to cross the line now. Has the live timing updated? No, it hasn't. It's still not updated. Hang on, I'm going to keep refreshing this because it's really weird. It's not working right now, which is really random. Okay, there we go. It's updated now. There you go. So there's an update. So in terms of guys that have done full race distances, you have got Charles Leclerc. Oh, I just realized I am probably not even on the screen. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so in terms of guys that have done full race distances, you've got Charles Leclerc in first. He has done 66 laps, as has Kimi Antonelli. Arvid Lindblad has done 75, which is very impressive and good for his running as a rookie. Antonelli's just done his 67th lap. Yes, I know, I am childish. Ocon has done 61, Gasly's done 59, and then almost getting a race distance in is Norris and Hulkenberg. And Gasly's got a race distance in as well. Albon almost got a race distance as well. Wait, there was an overtake there. I missed it. There was an overtake. He overtook Albon. Dang, we missed it. Antonelli overtook Albon there. I was too busy looking at the live timing to actually catch that. Dang, I missed an overtake. I hope we get a replay of that. We need a replay of that. We need a replay. Give us a replay. We deserve a replay of that. We deserve a replay of Antonelli's beautiful overtake on Albon, if it happened. That was amazing. That was amazing. Perez has now got 22 laps in because he's back out on the track again. I don't think we're going to see Alonso and Hadjar, so all we need is just Hulkenberg and Lindblad, and then we've got basically the whole grid. Because, as I said, Alonso and Hadjar have had issues for quite a while now. Kimi's actually got the fastest first and final sectors, but his middle sector was so bad that he's third. I'm pretty sure it was sandbagging or something. I don't know. Maybe he was. I don't know actually. Oh my god! I just realized there's a NASCAR driver called Scott Gaylord. It's funny. Yeah, I'm just having a look to see who I recognize. Labonte, Starling Marlin. Jeffy! Anyway, currently 15 minutes to go, and it's been quite fun doing this, to be fair. Who do you think will win this year in Drivers' and Constructors' Championship? Good question. I think Russell's going to win the Drivers' Championship because Mercedes are looking really, really good here. And I think Mercedes are going to win the Constructors just about from Ferrari and McLaren, because I don't think Red Bull are going to win the Constructors just because Hadjar, it'll take Hadjar some time to get used to the Red Bull. And And yeah, I think Russell's going to win the Drivers' Championship this year. There's something about Mercedes during engine regulation changes and that I think he'll win it. I don't know why. I just have a feeling he's going to win it. By the way, in case you haven't already, like the stream and subscribe. I'm going to be doing this tomorrow and on Friday as well. I'm a busy man. But it's fun doing this. It's my reading week, so I've got nothing to do during the days because I'm not at uni. So because I'm usually at uni on a Monday, a Tuesday, and Wednesday. Here's a replay of Sergio Perez coming into turn 1. Big lockup, and that's his tires flat spotted and done and dusted. Not good for him there. It's so weird seeing Telcel back in F1 because obviously that's Checo's sponsors. So you see Telcel and you're like, oh, there's Sergio Perez. It's so funny. Like, I associate like specific brands with like specific F1 teams. It's so weird. Like if you said to me, Microsoft, I would say McLaren, for example, or I don't know. I'm just trying to think. Like LOL, MasterCard, I would say Lola. like that's what I'm like. I remember back when MasterCard sponsored Lola. Well, I wasn't around, but I remember watching videos about it. That was such a bad partnership. It was just destined to fail. It's good to see Lola are back though in motorsport. Because they're obviously competing in Formula E these days. Let's see how long it takes me to get to Formula E from the 1919 from the 2000 NASCAR Busch Series Wikipedia page. Harv, love Kevin Harvick, legend. Right. Go to Team Penske, and then why doesn't it show Formula E? That's a bit weird. It doesn't show them in Formula E, even though they were with DS. Sports car racing, Can-Am, endurance racing, IMSA, Formula 1, Indy 500. Tell you what, I'm just going to have to find a Formula E driver that's driven... Briscoe drove in Formula E, didn't he? I think he did. Did he? Oh, no, he didn't. I thought he had. Who here is driven in Formula E? Right, hang on a second, guys. Alex Albon's locked up and turned in. Ooh, big lockup. Big lockup for him there. Who here has been in Formula E? Askew's been in Formula E, hasn't he? Yep, I forgot that they're sponsored with Yamaha now, aren't they? Yeah, Penske are in. Oh, I forgot that's a different Penske. That's a different Penske. Are Merck really sandbagging? Your thoughts? I think they are a little bit. I think they are a little bit percent, but they are sandbagging a little bit. Yeah. 10 minutes to go of F1 testing morning session. Yeah, I do think they're sandbagging a little bit. I'll finish my thoughts. as I said, I think when it comes to engine regulations, Mercedes are on top of it on a lot of different things, and I do think they're sandbagging a bit. I think most of the teams are going to be sandbagging one way or another, because as I was saying earlier, if you aren't sandbagging, it's probably because you're slow. What on earth happened with this Rochdale penalty from last night? That's mental. He didn't even touch the ball. He didn't even take the penalty. Okay, yeah, now they're doing the little tests. So this is a sign that the session's coming towards an end because they're doing the little tests of the virtual safety car, the red flag, and the safety car. Oh, yep. Here comes the fan. And by the way, this isn't me stereotyping women. This is just what it's like with male and female athletes. Arvid has got his muscles out right now, so some of his fangirls will probably, and this isn't a sexist comment, by the way, like this is not me generalizing, his fangirls and fanboys, okay, both of them, goes both ways, all of his fans who are interested in him, let's say, will be like, oh my god, he's showing muscle. It's the same with Leclerc, to be honest. Like I think every driver has like one of like some fans are like that, but especially like the young ones that are my age, like it's like, oh god, no, this is so unbearable. Just knowing in a couple years that Freddie Slater is gonna have a bunch of people like fawning over him is just weird to think about. Like, dude is 16 right now, I think. He's 17. I think he's a year younger than me, isn't he, Freddie Slater? But like, people are gonna be like fawning over him, and I'm like, oh my god, just stop. Yeah, he's 17. Either him or DePalo. DePalo is probably gonna get a bunch of, yeah, DePalo. I can see DePalo getting like loads of fans, because he is a handsome guy. He is a handsome guy, Matteo DePalo. He's a handsome lad, but like, do you know what he reminds me of? He actually reminds me of Senna Lamans, the Man United goalie. I didn't know Senna Lamans was a racing driver. Yeah, so they've red flagged it now. They're just running all the tests and the checks in the last sort of 10 minutes. And then they'll do their practice starts. That's pretty much it now. There's not much else. I'm trying to think, is there anybody else who who's gonna get like loads of fans? I don't actually know. To be fair, there'll be some drivers, like for example, Yavan David, like he'll get loads of fans because he's Sri Lankan, for example. Okay, red flag has been withdrawn. And they're going again. So they've checked the virtual safety car, they've checked the red flag, and I think if they checked the safety car, by the way, one thing I'm actually really happy about is the fact that there's no more of that F1 movie. I just remembered that there's no more filming for that, and I'm like, oh, thank goodness for that. I just want F1 to be back to the sport I love, which is just 20 or 22 drivers just fighting each other on track in their cars, going real fast. Like, I like that. That's what I like. So, yeah. Now they're mentioning about Ferrari's 1-2 start to the campaign in 2022. Oh, how Ferrari fans had their hopes up. Ferrari fans are probably thinking, "Oh my God, we're gonna win! We're gonna win the championship!" And then they just like finish second, and like barely win any races again. And then in 2024, in the second half of the season, they're like, "Oh my God, we might win the championship! We might win the championship!" And then they completely bottle it. Like they bottled it. They bottled it in Canada, man. Canada ruined Ferrari's chances of winning the championship. Because they had such an opportunity there, and they just completely scuffled it. Like, okay, here we go. Here we go. Is there going to be an overtake? Is there going to be an overtake here? We've got 4 cars. We've got the Williams, the McLaren, the Mercedes, and the Cadillac. The Cadillac's impossible because it's the only non-Mercedes powered car. And there we go. They're racing. Here we go. Oh my goodness. There's going to be an overtake. There's going to be an overtake. Oh, for goodness sake. Why do they have to ruin the fun? FIA, screw you guys. You're ruining the fun by putting out yellow flags and red flags when we're in the middle of them driving on track, trying to fight each other. Boo. 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 Right, I'm gonna go, guys, because like there ain't much more happening here. So thank you guys for watching. I don't know when I will. I should be live tomorrow. I don't know if it's gonna be in the morning session or the afternoon session. We'll see. But thank you all very, very much for watching. There is still a couple minutes left, but they're just running the checks now. And I don't think there's gonna be something as goofy as Colapinto's practice start the other day. So thank you all for watching. I'll see you all in the next stream, whenever that may be, and